Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing. Eldari Prime Pony Club, what's up, man? Hey, do you know how to do EI? By any chance? I have a couple of quick questions. If not, I'll wait till someone else gets on, but for chance. Okay, let me ask you. No? Oh, okay, never mind. I'll wait till someone comes that help me with a couple of queries. All right, let's wait till somebody who knows what they're talking about gets here. It's very Canadian. Well, the aboot that you're looking for is Canadians on the very far east coast, not the rest of Canada. But they all people hear that accent and just think that all Canadians sound like that. I'll try better next time. I'll try better next time. Neutral to me. You're from New Zealand. The rest of Canada is pretty neutral. Like everyone from Ontario to Vancouver, we all pretty much have the exact same accent. I'll have to go to New Zealand one of these days. I haven't been yet. You can always I've started to learn the difference between the Australian accent and the New Zealand one. It used to be hard, but I realized that if you can understand them pretty well, they're probably from New Zealand. I know that to people from New Zealand and Australia, you're probably like, well, we don't sound anything alike. You'll take me? All right. I'll need to find a job there first. South New Zealand, that's like down by, that's like Christchurch, I think is the big city down there. Is that right? Developer. No, I'm not. That I am not. Oh, gas? Oh, I'm not a gas hopper. Heck is that? Yeah, I've thought about going back to school actually to take up a trade. I was not offered a job, but I know that I would get. The problem is paying for it. Problem is paying for it. Although I think you can just get a job as an apprentice and pay your way through, I think. Oh, if I had kids, I would. I was out for lunch with my mom and stepdad yesterday, and I recently lost my job, and I told them, I said, you know, I really wish when I was younger, instead of going to university, that I went into a trade. I've got a younger cousin. He's probably like 16 years younger than me, and he basically told me, like, offered to refer me to the company that he works for. He works in the trades, and he basically said, you know, I could definitely refer you. They'd be happy to. They're always happy to hire, especially, you know, family and friends. They'd like to keep, you know, they'd like to hire people that are friends of people that already, or family of people that already work there. And he told me what you know, he makes per hour, and I was like, man, that's more than I was making per hour. Like, how fucking, you know. And you know, he'll have as good of a pension as I would have had, everything. And so anyways, I'm just waiting to see whether or not my union's fighting for me to get my job back. And if they don't, I'm going to immediately approach them and say, okay, what do we need to do here? What do we need to do here? Let's get this, you know. What's going on with the unions? It makes twice what I do. Yeah, my actually didn't even. No, Balverine, I didn't. I lost my job because I wasn't trained in something that I should have been. It's a long story, but no, there wasn't a massive layoffs at my company. So, just me. Oh, I was meant to destroy that one. What am I doing? You're wasting my time. Oh! Oh! 43 million. Hello. Huh. Holy crap. We'll take that. Damn. Big catch. But yeah, anyways, sorry, I was in my story. He basically said, listen, I'll refer you to, you know, try and push your reference through, or your application through if you want. And I was like, you know what? Let me see if I'm gonna get my job back. If I do, and you know, I'm not gonna go through school again or whatever, but I'm even thinking about it, like, what's wrong with going to school again, you know? But when he was like an apprentice, he was making good money as an apprentice. Damn. 43 million. What was so expensive? Sleeper Profound Research Notes. What are those? definitely scoop those up. I don't know what those are for, but I guess for manufacturing or something. Whoops. But yeah, if I can find somebody that can answer 2 quick questions with PI, would be, and I think I've got everything rolling for PI anyways. I don't seem to be appearing to make the P2 item in my setup for some reason. So, gotta figure out why. This one we were destroying. Trying to shake up my protein shake here. I filled it too far to the top, so it doesn't really move around too much. Think correctly and the inputs are there, they should flow through and produce. Roaming, do you mind if I just go and open it up and you can take it? Would you be able to take it? I'm sure it's like something that's just not linked properly, but it's not producing any of the end product. It's producing all the other stuff and the cargo hold is actually filling up. But it's yeah, it is just not producing the P2 item. And I feel like I followed I can try, but I'm no expert. Just look at it a lot and never get around to setting that. Okay. Also, what is this? Where is that thing? This thing here, what's the Sleeper Profound? Kind of looks like it's kind of expensive. I didn't check to see. Did I check? I don't remember. Thank you. Okay. We did. I think they used an industry somewhere, so there should be a tab showing you that. It's, I think, the most expensive item I've ever looted, so... Damn. Okay, so I know it's here, right? Rule of 6, or whatever it's called. All right, let's go back and maybe you can take a quick look. And because it's all running smoothly, except it's not making the final product. If I can find somebody that can do that. The bear, dude. Dude, what a win, man. Good, better, best, man. Good, better, best. Three Corner Becky, do you know basics of industry? I'm gonna ask everyone I see. I've almost got this P2 site working, but it's just not making the final product. You know the basics of basically knowing nothing. Me too. Me too. All right, let's just quickly dump this stuff off. Here, let's see what this is first. No info. Here, let's see if it's for sale here. Dude, come on. I'll sell that to the buyback. I'll sell that to the buyback program. Item hanger. There we go. Man. All right. Let me quickly switch over to my epithal. You know, before yesterday, I didn't notice that when you switch ships, it actually moved you around in the station. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. I wanted to, so industry, whoops. Industry, planetary industry. Okay, so I think it's doing the same thing for both. So it's probably the okay. So here's everything set up. There's nothing going into the facility here. Yeah, see, the fact these tier P2 factories are not producing. And guys, the skin I'll get for you in just a sec. So these factories aren't producing, but these ones are. These aren't producing electrolytes either. Actually, it looks like they're just. It's just the storage unit. So like these aren't working as well, I guess. Like yeah, it doesn't look like these are actually getting anything either. But it looks like the they're linked. So I don't understand. I can't remember the name of the skin off the top of my head. As soon as I oh, you're saying that you can see what skins I have applied to them. Yeah, I'm definitely getting the resources though. But for some reason, oh, you know what? Okay, I think I'm figuring this out. I'm only linked to the launch pad. So do we have to link? Why? No, that should be right though. Check the routes. But don't they go from? So it's storing all the like it's storing all the this stuff. But it's not making the coolant, so I'm not sure where the link is broken, because it looks like they're just lines going everywhere. So there's probably like one link that I'm missing. And I'm going to assume it's a link from here, maybe, but it looks like there's links to the factory, so. But it also looks like these aren't making the P1 stuff, but there's lines going to and from. Second icon from the right, are you, so from the bottom? I think that's, oh wait, is this show, oh, show routes here. This one. You're talking about... Whoops. So this is going to the launch pad. Should it be going to... I don't know. I think you mean this factory here. You mean the bottom row. Because the video that I said, the only link that they talked about was going from the to the extractor. These are extractors, right? To the launch pad. That was the only link it said to create. It should go from the where the factory is being fed from. Okay, so did we make so this is the extractor is going to the launch pad, which is acting as a storage facility as well, which is it's got all of it in it. Right? So now is the storage facility what are these called? Basic industry facility. I don't understand this, man. Like, this is... Like, it shows the links going to here. Oh, wait. These are what are making the... Hold on. Hold on, I gotta look at the list here. Okay, so the extraction is aqueous liquids, and the product should be water. So it says outgoing is 20 water, so it should be making it, right? But it's not. So it's, okay, so it shows the links is going to the launch pad and gas storage facility. Okay, so okay, I think I'm getting it. So it shows that it's going from here to here. So it's picking it up. It is producing water. Oops. But I don't see where the water is. But it does say that it is producing water. Yeah, so extractor here. Gas storage facility. You know what? I think I'm supposed to create one from the extractor to the... There's already one to the gas storage facility. I'm wondering if I'm supposed to create one from the gas storage facility to the launch pad. I didn't start this, so I don't know that that did anything. Do I have to create a link from there to here as well? No, I can't. I don't know. You guys have any suggestions? Says these are outgoing. I don't know. It's just these won't run. These are linked to the launch pad, which is... I don't know. This is just a template. IOPA. I don't know. This is the first time I've ever tried PI. This is just the template that I downloaded. Hey, Steve, what's up, man? I can't figure out how to get these running, though. Like, okay, the extractor is linked to the, extractor is only linked to the storage facility. What about this one? Yeah, both of them are both linked to the storage facility. The route is sending it to the launch pad. Okay, this one, no. The storage facility is sending it to the launch pad. So should I get rid of that? I just created that one because I was like, I just created that one to see if that's what the problem was. So we'll just delete that. Now, extractor and have a look at the routes. Okay, so the extractor is going. Oh, so you want the extractor going to the storage, and then storage going to the launch pad, or? Is that right? Storage to the factory. Storage, so you want it just going to the factory? Okay, so do I have to create a link to each? Hold on. How do I get rid of this stupid fucking thing? Like, it's just blocking everything. Okay, I'm just gonna create a route. Not link, a route. Well, sorry, a route. You create the route by forming a link, though, right? Is that not right?
Oh my God.
Like, you can see an orange line going between the storage unit and the factory.
Running down my face and my spine. But outside, it's pouring rain. But inside my heart, the weather's fine.
Oh, do I have to submit? Is that?
Strange world.
Hold on. I didn't submit the last one that I produced. Okay. Like, this is frustrating as hell, and I was warned about this before I started on this, but apparently once you get it, you just get it. Go to extractor. Okay, I'm on the extractor. Click on routes. Yep.
Strange world.
And the route is going to the launch pad. Root and delete root. Okay. Okay. I mean... Okay, how do you create the root? You said it's not the same as a link. So how do I create the root then? Oh, what? Ah, okay. Whoops, hold on. Okay, so now it's going to the storage instead of the launchpad. So I'm assuming we're probably doing the same thing with this one here. Okay. All right.
Oh my God. I'm sweating through my clothes. And I can feel it running down my face.
Now go to the launch pad. Okay.
But outside, it's pouring rain. But inside my heart, the weather's fine.
Storage. Yeah. Oh, we're going to create the route from here to here, I'm assuming. Sorry, select expedited. Okay. Hold on. Okay, so now they're here, right? Okay. So now they're there, but don't we still want these to create? Ah. Okay, so yes, the extracted product is now feeding the P1 factories. And then once they finish production, then they should start feeding the P2 factories. Is that... Okay, fuck man, thank you. Holy crap. Fuck. All right. All right, since I'm here... what one was that? That was that one. It's probably the exact same thing that was happening here, I think. So, view routes. Yes, the exact same thing happening here. Oh, I gotta move this stuff. Did I execute both? No, I didn't. And what? Not perform or not activate transfer from the designated facility. Wait, what? What does that mean? Oh. Wait, is this the cooldown? An hour and or 42 minutes? Oh, that hurts. Oh, the red tells me it's not rooted. Oh, okay. Root. Wait, root. There. Okay, so I gotta wait an hour and 42 minutes for oh, look. All right, that sucks. But I thought like it should automatically transfer it, so it's just continuously making this up. Or do I have to come back? Like, I think I selected the cycle to be once every 2 days. So do I just come back once every 2 days and pick up the finished material and just continuously let it roll? As long as it's being fed. Okay, so I just gotta check like this shit from time to time. Okay, here's one more question for you. That was question one. This one should probably be easier to answer though. When I was setting up my whatever these are called, the extractors, I was only able to make 9. So there must be some skill that I'm missing. But I thought I'd max out on my skills. Because when I watch videos, people are putting down 10 extractors, and I'm like, I can only. So I think maybe it's my CPU, maybe, or something. I don't know. Oh, it makes me so happy that these are rolling now. We got to come back in 25 minutes just to make sure this is, make sure that that is working. All right. Well, that, I mean, that's a big help, dude. Like, I just had, I figured it was a link problem, but I didn't understand the links. I could have sworn that the video that I was watching showed to extract from the extractors to the launch pad, and then the launch pad was like taking everything out. But this seems to be working. So we'll come back in 25 minutes. So make it like 11:30 my time or something like that, just to kind of check. And then once I get them rolling, probably off stream or tomorrow or something like that, I'm gonna go set up all my planets for all my characters. I don't know what I should be expecting like per week to make per week profit. If you have any idea what I could expect, but yeah, let's get back into the wormholes and. Yeah, that was a big help, man. Thank you. This stuff I've started to get used to. I'm feeling a lot more confident with this guy. I just haven't done any gas sites. So I wanted to get like the planetary industry stuff. Like down pat first. Oh, sorry. I wanted to get the exploration stuff first, then the planetary industry, so I could get kind of like some money rolling in. And then once I've got like a, you know, decent source of income coming in, then I can start working on PvP. Abandoned research. I think I can go to that, right? I think it's just the unstable one, or not the unstable. Oh, is this a ghost one? Is that? Oh, I don't have any drones. Oh, I do. I've got 2 hobgoblins. But I forget how to. How do you launch them again? Is it Alt F or Control F or something like that? Oh, it's not even. Oh, fuck. Somebody came and snagged the other ones. I'm just gonna remove it. Get rid of it. Drones are already coming out, but I'm just gonna bounce. I just failed the research kit. Yeah. You're uninstalling? What happened? I want to test something. I think somebody said that you can, like, actually, like, it's going to be near the celestial that's there. You can actually put it there and scan down. That didn't. Accidentally closed down my my music. 1 sec.
Drive active.
After we scan down this wormhole. What is this? Is this a ship? Oh, it is. There's a ship. There's actually a ship in, so somebody else is in here? Oh, it's a station. Whoops.
Drive active.
I almost forgot to mark the exit. Just planets and anomalies. Oh. Report that. Is that a, like a free place to... Whoops. Like anyone can dock there? So the ones that aren't, are those ones that like players have actually built in the game? Like, really? Like they're called keep stars, right? Keep stars are the big ones. Yeah, like the one that I go to, the Goons. I guess it's their main hub, or one of them. I've still got to get used to all the names of the different alliances and corporations. People tell me what they're in, and I'm like, I don't know who that is. Like, I know about the war that just happened, but I mean... You used to be in Pandemic Horde? Sorry for your loss. I wasn't a part of it. Don't get mad at me. I joined Karma Fleet when that was all kind of going on, and didn't really know the politics. All I knew was told by people in stream that they were very good with helping new players, so it seemed very helpful, very nice. Oh shit, it's unsecure. I can't go there, right? Fuck. Stop. Stop. No, won't let me. Had to bounce right away. Okay, it's the unsecure data sites and the forgotten rune ones that I can't go to. I've got to make a hotkey for the... Only in 1 to 3. I am in a 1 to 3, but I don't go in the 4 to 5 ones. So, oh, why did it not? What the hell happened? Whoops. Another. I'm gonna be honest. I prefer being in the wormholes stuff. I think I like being in the wormhole. I'm going to assume that you can actually make more ISK in the wormholes as well, but I like being in the wormhole. No? Oh, I thought you made more money in wormholes. That's why I'm here. Although I just hit that last one, like what was it, half an hour ago or whatever, where it was a like 43 million bucket just off one. That's the most I've ever gotten. Eventon. Day tripping in wormholes is fun and can be very profitable. I enjoy doing this for ISK, but I want to explore all the different ways of making ISK to kind of get an idea as to what I like. I want to try finding gas sites. I haven't done that yet. I need to go out and start learning PvP as well. I haven't done that. Those relic down and lessens the randomness. So let's see. I'm gonna warp to the exit. I'm not sure to see which one these are. Gas huffing. I'll have to try gas huffing. I haven't done it yet. In Instomer, it's Angels. Is Instomer the area of space that I'm in? Okay, when I told them when it's like red like this, like it's about to blow, right? Less than 4 hours remaining. Oh, it's going to high sec anyways. We don't want to go there. We don't want to go there. Red just means it's... Oh, I thought it meant that, like, the wormhole was about to cave. Okay. Okay, so this is a 4 to 5 wormhole. So I'm just gonna go back to my exit. And we'll continue on through RJ space. You know what? It's almost time to go check to see if my things are producing. So let's do that really quickly. Warp to the wormholes at 100. Okay. Oh, actually, we can go to the, so warp. There's no one else. There's only it should be safe for me, right? Because it's only me and someone else from the alliance here. So I think I can warp to 0 to here. But I'm gonna go into the other wormhole. We'll go through there first since I'm here. All right, we're good to go in. Oh wait. I almost fucking. I almost forgot to mark my exit again. Do you guys, when you come through the wormhole, do you delete the nearest cosmic signature because it's likely to be your wormhole? Or do you actually scan it down? My probes do a quick scan so I can confirm that. Okay. Center confirmation. Oh, so here. Ah, that's okay. I didn't know you could. I didn't know about that. I didn't know that. That's a good tip. Okay, so you drop probes, center it, scan, and then warp off. That's the general sequence. And BM them. What does BM mean? Bookmark. Sorry. Bookmark. Never mind. Gas huffing on some accounts, making 30 to 40 million per venture hold. How many accounts do you run at once? That's 69, yeah. 6, 7. You run 6, I don't know, 6, 7. How many unfollows do I get from that comment alone? Yeah, I'm 50. I'm not saying 6, 7 either. I think there was stupid shit that we used to do as kids that would drive our parents nuts too, but 6, 7 just sounds stupid. When I hear, I watch obviously a lot of other streamers. A couple of them know me, but a lot of them I don't think do because they stream at different times. Like there's the Mad Rambo. You guys are probably familiar with him. He's one that I enjoy watching. But he, I think he was mentioning that he makes something like 20-something billion ISK per year doing IP. How many characters would you need in order to do that? I watch Mad Rambo. I watch a bit of Loru. I watch Shad Squatch because he's another Canadian, you know. So, okay, let me go to the exit since I didn't do this properly this time. Yeah, no, I there are several that I watch, but and there's some of the other, you know, I think his name's Zyth Zero. I think I was watching earlier today. A couple of other guys. Seems like a good, you know, small little, you know, community. Okay, so because I'm using my D-scan, how far is the D-scan only scanning this area here? Oh no, it's scanning this area. Right? Yeah, it's actually scanning this area here. So if there was somebody over here... Oh, that's where my scanners are. So it's this area here, the green bubble around my ship. That's this here. Yes, okay. That tells me if there's someone here, but if there's somebody at this gate... I don't know. That's how D-scan works, is it? So we don't want to warp to within 100. We want to warp to within 100. You're saying, right? Okay, so that's why I guess people are jumping to planets that are nearby, so they're within D-scan range. I get it. Okay, so. I thought when I was D-scanning, it was scanning like the entire system. That's good to know. Okay, so now, where did I move to? Okay, I moved here. There's no one there. Got this here? That is it, right? It can't be it. It's saying that that's the exit. Oh, I'm pointed the wrong way, moron. What an idiot. What an idiot. So that's low sec. We don't want to go there. Okay, now I'm beginning to well, That's 4 to 5. Ignore that. Okay, so because it wasn't another, like it wasn't going to another J-hole space, because of the color yellow, you could tell it was going to a Mar. I didn't know that. I'd never. Less than 4 hours remaining. Should I be going through this? What? How do you guys feel about that? Less than 4 hours remaining. Oh, it'll tell you when it's under an hour. Okay, I should be out of there within an hour. Oh, okay. Okay. I didn't realize it told you if it was under a 1. I went through one and found out the hard way that wormholes close. And I ended up like way down here or something like that. It was like, uh-oh. Okay, so you can drop a exit. Now you're saying to center E B center and just scan and then warp off, right? Okay, so that wormhole should be that wormhole should be, or this wormhole is my exit wormhole. I don't need to worry about that one anymore. Okay, that makes sense and very helpful. I just gotta learn to do it faster. Oh, make it smaller. Okay. Okay. Oh, this is just another wormhole. Culture Club? The house remix, apparently, but I'll give it a moment before I change it. It better be a banger. Oh, wait a second. It's within the sphere, right? So because I D-scanned, there's no chips that came up. Then I know that I didn't have, I could have just warped to 0, right? Or should I still be warping to 100? So this one's blue. Just so does that mean that's Galante? Is blue Galante? So I'm going to guess that it means Galante, and this is not going to be going to. This is going to be going to known space. Oh, blue's Caldari. I should know that since I'm Caldari. Okay, so I was right. I guessed right. Galante is greenish. Okay, so we got that down then. Whoops. Okay, well, we don't want to go through there anyways. Yeah, these are the strategies that I mean, it's probably basic to people, but show bookmarks and current. I do. It's covered by my there. Covered by my chat. My locals. Yeah, that's why I was marking my wormhole, my safe spot as well. Okay, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna quickly run back to oh, I gotta go. Quickly run back to this station, and I want to check on, because the P2 stuff should be being made now. I want to just quickly check and make sure that that was working. So D-scan now that I'm close enough. Enter wormhole. Put it on the micro warp drive. I know there's stuff on the side here that can still give away where I'm at, but I almost feel like, you know, when I watch other people stream and they've got like 90% of their screen covered, it's just I can't watch it. It's just like what I understand why they do it. I feel like it's just kind of a, is it worth it for the viewing experience? I don't know. Uh-oh. Oh, this must be the one I didn't realize I went through 2 wormholes. Well, yeah, if you watch me on ultra wide though, once you buy an ultra wide monitor, I promise you will never go back. Like, it is. It makes the game beautiful. And if you're watching a stream on ultra wide, it's amazing. Like, it's just like, oh man, this is so nice to see. So yeah, if you're watching on 1080, like and yeah, it's maybe not this, but OPSEC, I know why people do it, but it's not that hard to use blurs. It's actually really easy to use blurs. So, and I think it looks a lot nicer as well, right? So, personally. You know what? A cosmic signature has popped up, so we're just gonna quickly run that down while we're here. Okay, I tried. That song sucks. Always willing to give a new track a listen, but there's a point where if it's annoying, no. Half the screen is blurred. Yeah, like I've watched. I don't know a lot of the other streamers very well. But yeah, some of them put like just a huge number of pictures all over the place, and that's another reason why why I like ultra wide. Like if I blur something out, it's so much smaller for the viewer than it is like when I'm watching some other people. Like some of them are so bad they've got like basically like that's how much you're allowed to see of the game, like what's in my probe scanning window, and it's just like hey, I'm new, second day on the game. What am I up to? I'm doing what's called exploration. I'm actually pretty new as well, so exploration is a pretty good way to make ISK, apparently. Well, it is. So I wanted to learn that early on. I don't know what you've learned so far, but if I can give you a piece of advice for somebody that's like a 5-day vet, no, I get a little bit more playtime than that, but I would strongly advise just to take it slow. How long have I been playing? Like I started the account several months ago, played for a little bit, and then stopped playing because life kind of got in the way. I had to take like the last several months. So I you know, I don't know how much game time you might think I have, you know, maybe a total of a couple of weeks or something like that. But I haven't learned like 99% of the game. I've learned how to basically do the basics of exploration. Rearrange the overview when... Oh, you can rearrange the... Oh, this stuff. So right now what I'm doing, who was that? Psycho Muffin. So what I'm doing is, I don't know what other games you played, like other MMOs or whatever. These are called, what are they called? There's a name for them. Cosmic signatures. So they're basically like little places out in space that pop up, and it's kind of like doing treasure hunting or something like that. 5 to 6. It depends. I mean, some of them can be pretty bad. Some of them can be pretty good. Some of them could be partially looted already. You know. And like 5 relics. I had one earlier. The very first site that I hit had I guess it was they said it was something to do with industry or something. I can't remember what it was called, but it was worth 43 million ISK, just one item. So there's still a lot more that I've got to learn. But I like to think I'm learning. Like, when I first started doing... Oh, we found it. Nice. When I first started doing this... Fuck. Shit, I'm not gonna... Fuck. Will that give me enough? Did. But yeah, what I would do, Psycho Muffin was the new guy, right? I would pick something that you want to learn and just worry about that. Don't try and learn the whole game at once, so your brain's going to shut off very quickly. And just be patient with it. Like, if you find that, okay, I'm getting frustrated here, go take a break, come back, do it again. Just play casual, chill out, relax. And how much IST you got right now? I have almost 2 billion, and I have almost another billion of stuff to sell back at the depot. Off that one, just that last thing that I opened, I made over 500 million ISK. So, and I mean, you can be doing that after, like, you know, a day of training. And this stuff here, it just kind of takes, like, you know, you just watch a couple of YouTube videos. Just watch a couple of YouTube videos, and it'll teach you kind of the basic rules of how this little hacking thing works, and then you can, you know, just keep trying it, and you'll just get better and better at it. So I've already, since I've been in this site, I've gotten 7 million ISK worth of stuff. I had one site earlier, like just one of these locations in a site that gave me 43 million. So you can definitely make really good money doing this, especially once you speed up. I would just watch a couple of YouTube videos on it. Get used to the idea as to what you're doing. So that was the first piece of advice. And the second would be to find yourself a good corporation to join. Particularly one that is friendly with new players. So I'm sure people in chat can suggest a few. I tried EVE Online, which is where a lot of people suggested when I first started playing. I just found that they weren't very active at times when I was playing. But the one that I've joined now, they seem to be far more active. So it works out pretty good. You're in EVE University? Yeah, if you're on around times when they seem to be busy, then they can be great. There's a lot of resources. Like I said, just pick one thing that you kind of want to learn. Do that for like a week. Then, you know, maybe move on. There's so much to learn in this game when you start off. Like, I still don't know how to do like simple stuff like you know, how to build ships properly and stuff like that. I want to do 600,000. Or are we're gonna act like we're a baller and not do this? Not there, it's over here. Will I get it? Yes. I don't know if that was worth it for 600,000 S though, but I just wanted to clear the last. Oh, it wasn't the last one. I'm not doing a PvP for a long time, but I got my path set up. Well, that's good. I mean, yeah, I would maybe get into something like EVE University. Learn the basics, you know, learn mining, learn what I'm doing here, exploration, so you can do gas, relic and data sites. Maybe learn how to do wormholes, and then find yourself a good corporation. You know, like do maybe a little bit of research on you know, on that, and then you know, get involved, I guess. Have we done all that? Good. All right, let's go back to the base. Oh. I didn't realize I was still in J space. I thought I was in known space. I'm in a wormhole right now, Psycho Muffin. I thought I was in known space. I was like, oh, okay. This should be my exit to known space, though. Hey, Tommy, what's up, man? I'm doing good. Wormholes aren't that great. So far with the stuff that I've experienced, wormholes are decent. But I mean, I haven't really experienced PvP yet. That's what I want to play the game for, right? You know what I like about wormholes? It's the eeriness, the fact that you're not sure if there's other people in there or not. I like that. And in fact, if you're following the development of EVE Frontier, that's what all of the zones in EVE Frontier are like. There's no local chat, or you have no idea if there's people there or not. I don't even think they're D-scanning, actually. I'm not sure. Come from ghost sites, but those are few. I've had 2 ghost sites, and I died both times. But now I think I know how to approach them. I had one just a couple days ago, actually. How do you know where to get out? You mark bookmark locations, Psycho Muffin. So when you come in from the into the wormhole, you mark a bookmark at that exit point, so you can always fly back to it. Okay, let's just drop off the loot here. Okay, so, and I'm gonna get him in my epithel. You have to exit to. Hold on, let me actually double check that. Do you have to actually exit in order to see what's going on here? Oh, maybe not. Oh, you don't. Well, there we go. We know that it's producing coolant now. Oh man, dude, I don't know if the guy that was here earlier that helped me is still here, but it's all working now. All right, let's check the other one. This. Oh, it's waiting for. It's waiting for precious metals. Oh, you know what? I think it was because I couldn't expedite before. I think that. I still can't for another 40 minutes, it looks like. Yeah, that's why this hasn't started, is because the metals hasn't started. What is this? This is called planetary industry, dude. So I would suggest, like, I'm trying to like get through a lot of stuff really fast. I'd suggest like maybe learn exploration, do that for a week or so, and then move on to the next thing. The next thing could be planetary in PI. I live in Jeddah. Isn't bad to PI there. I believe the high sec. People in chat can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe the PI, you don't extract as much in high sec areas. Is that correct? I gotta go pee, guys. I'll be right back, okay? You leave in Jita, it's not bad. Yeah, I mean, like I said earlier, if you're new, which I still am, I would suggest just like, just just learn one thing at a time. Because you've seen the meme, right? The learning curve meme. This learning curve. You've seen this? That happens when you try to like just learn too much at one time. You can't read? Oh, sorry. Google. You learn to use Google. So Psycho Muffin, let me give back to the community. So I'm in a corporation called Karma Fleet, which is with Goonswarm. What I'm doing is exploration. So I'm looking for these cosmic signatures that are in space. And like I said, they're basically like sites. Like imagine you're in Star Trek and you know, like Captain Picard, they'd be flying along and somebody would say, Captain, we've sensed whatever off, so far in the distance. And the captain would be like, oh, let's analyze that. So that's basically what we're doing, because it could be like lost, like a crashed ship or an old like civilization or something like that. So what I'm doing is I'm basically examining these sites. I just thought of the Star Trek analogy because it seems to make sense. It seems to make sense. So what I'm doing is I'm bringing up my probe scanner. This you've probably learned to do in your tutorial quests. And I'm just scanning them down to see what they are. Like right now we don't know what they are. Sitting out here in space, and Captain Picard's like, "Hey, let's see what this is." Okay, so already with my first scan, it's telling me it's a relic site, but it hasn't told me what kind of a relic site it is. So we narrow down the scan and go again. So it keeps giving us more information. We try again. Now you want to go and explore. You know how to do it, though. I live in Nullsec. Yes, Psycho Muffin. So it's a ruined angel site. There's certain sites that have NPC characters that will attack you if you go there. This is not one of them. So I'm gonna warp there. I know nobody else is in the sector. Yeah, Psycho Muffin, you don't have to be so like a lot of, I think this is something we can talk about actually. I've tried to convince a couple of Eve content creators that what really needs to happen with Eve is somebody needs to come up with videos that explain Eve Online in ways that people that play regular MMOs can actually understand, if that makes sense. Okay, so hold on. So this site here, this is the first one that I'm going to, but I'm gonna lock my target on all of these. And what I mean by that is before people actually get into EVE Online, they have this misconception that it is obviously an open world PvP game, but basically that people are going to be waiting for them as soon as they leave the starter keep, and they're just gonna get killed over and over and over again. And that's not what the game is like. So this is a relic site, so we're gonna scan it now, and then you got to do this little puzzle thing here to hack into it, right? Like you probably practiced these when you were doing the tutorial quests. There's some really good YouTube videos on how to like teach people how to do these. Oh man, not. This is rough. Yeah, I need that. I need like, oh, that's not what I needed. This is not what I needed there. I need, oh, I got it. Okay, I didn't know if that would be enough. Anyways, they need to explain it in terms that other MMO players could understand. So, like, if they understand that, hey, you know what? There is actually lore in this game. There is questing in this game. There's resource gathering in this game. Like, you mine in World of Warcraft. You mine in this game. The only difference is the universe. The world is a universe as opposed to running around Azeroth, if that makes sense. Because people, as soon as they see the game, they watch it on stream and they're confused as hell. Like, they're like, what the hell is this? And then a confused mind always says no. They try it for 5 minutes and they're like, I don't know what's going on, I'm done. Yeah, it's usually not their first MMO, so that's what I mean. Like, they explain it in terms of, hey, what are you doing right now? Like, if somebody who's never played this game before watches what I'm doing, they'd be like, what are you doing? It looks confusing to them. But if I say I'm treasure hunting, that suddenly they're like, oh, okay, that I can understand. Right? Like, that's basically what we're doing, right? We're hunting for treasure. Come on, man. So if I say I'm hunting for treasure, they're like, oh, okay. And then they kind of get an idea as to what you're suddenly doing. Anyways, the moral of the story, like, and you can use all sorts of things in EVE Online to give that analogy so that people can better understand what you're doing. If you're doing abyssals, for example, you can say, oh, I'm basically doing one-man instances or three-man I'm doing instances basically like wailing caverns or something like that, right? I already scanned that one. Like this is a very quick instance run that you would have, a PvE based instance run. Then they're like, oh, okay, that now I understand what's going on here. Or I have an idea. Like when they see that this game has that sort of stuff, you know, then it's not so scary anymore. But the idea was that I was hoping that somebody like else who knew a lot more about the game than I do would create these videos. And I know that there's that video called This Is Eve or something like that. That's not what I'm talking about. It's a cool video, but it's not actually like explaining what is going on in EVE Online. Mini open world raids. Yeah, but they're not even raids, are they? Like, aren't they just like little, like 1 to 3 man instances or something like that? Yeah, people get scared of the whole losing a ship thing when they've got to understand the ship is not you. The ship is like a bullet that you own. Right? And it's very easily replaced. Very easily replaced. I don't freak out. They're so there are bigger what are the smaller ones then where you need like the like you can do solo ones? What are those called? So there's raiding in the game. Like home fronts. Okay, for some reason I thought they were called those were the incursions. See, I'm obviously learning as well, right? Yeah, I don't know if Psycho is still here or not, but for like, yeah, I was hoping I could find somebody that would actually make that. I tried to talk to a couple of people, but I think it's actually really important. I mean, honestly, it should be the developers, CCP or CPP or whatever the fuck they're called. They should actually be the ones doing it. And, you know, it shouldn't be a This Is Eve type video. It should be, did that not? Yeah. I don't want to call it Eve for Dummies, but like, you know, basically the very basics of what the game is and just kind of a quick example. So the video could be like, I don't know, 10 minutes long max, but it just quickly goes into like, we have questing, and then it shows basically a very basic, you know, guide to questing for like a minute. We have exploration. And then just go into it. This is sort of similar to treasure hunting, where you're searching the vast universe for treasures, blah, 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 that you can use. I think it would be actually really good for one of these bigger creators to make one. I would love it if Warlock Industries would do it. I tried to convince him to do it, but I think he's just busy. And I don't know enough about each individual topic. Like, I'm calling incursions, like, or home fronts incursions when they're called, you know, like, that's just an example of I should not be the person doing the video. But I like the way that Warlock Industries does his video. I think it would be good with like a UI or an AI voice and like kind of like explaining, hey, this is what this is what this is, and it's really not that scary when you break it down and explain it in gamer MMO terms. And once you actually jump into this game and you start to realize, like I've learned like 1% of the game, probably not even that. But once you start to realize how the game works and how the corporations work and how the story of EVE Online is actually written by the players, that's when you start to realize what the game is about and how amazing it is. You know, it's not this big, bad, scary game where the second you leave the starting area, you're going to immediately, there's like 1,000 player killers waiting there. You know? When I did hauling for a couple months, joined an in-game channel and learned a lot about gankers, what good bag, what's yeah. I mean that's another thing I haven't even like tried to do is just stuff like hauling. But there's people that's what they do. That's what they enjoy doing in games. But like you don't really have to involve yourself in these huge wars. You can become part of like a mining corporation if you just want to chill and, you know, sit and chat with a bunch of people and mine asteroids and stuff like that while you're watching, you know, something on the tube or something like that. You could do that. You know? We have an enemy here, looks like. I'm gonna destroy this, then I'm gonna warp off. Oh, he's gone. I can go back. I don't know if he was destroyed or if he was,
Drive active.
you can be a space trucker, yeah. Try and make money off that. Although I've heard there's a lot of scams doing that, so you probably want to learn how to do that first. Before you do that, that's again one of the many things I have not done in this game. But one of the things that I would like to explore, or like, you know, maybe there's some hauling that can be done in this alliance, and I can tag along just to see what it's like. I'd like to do that just to experience it. This there's an enemy in space again. Same dude, so he left and came back, I guess. Feared Corp. Tom's a good dude too. Probably give you some pointers, but he's also nice. So he's trustworthy. Then he's not a Green Bay Packers fan. Hey, you know what we can do? How do I find an enemy? I've never actually tried to track someone down before. So there is. You can see that there's some dude here. How do I actually find out where he's at? Tom's a good. Tom. Within 14 AU, and then he'll show up here, right? There's a lot of combat. He's definitely looking for me then, right? Because there's combat scanners up. Safe to say that he's looking for me. Okay, I'm cloaked, I think. Did I cloak? Yeah. I forgot I had cloak on this ship, I'm not gonna lie. So would he still be able to scan for me with the cloak on? Or no? No? Okay. I totally forgot that I although I can't, this isn't the cloak where I can move, right? But is there a way for me to scan for him though? Like, oh wait, no, I would. Like now that I know, like I can see. Hold on, like. Like I can see there's the combat probes. How do I scan for him? This is the next thing I need to learn how to do. Oh, he might be cloaked as well, looking for me. The bugger. Oh. The combat scanners are gone. In D-scan. See, this is actually really good experience because I've never. Usually, if I see someone, I just immediately bolt. So he noticed. Possibly a stream sniper, maybe. I mean, he probably saw that I cloaked myself, but he's still sitting here though. So. Oh, he's gone. He's now gone. So I think he was probably You know what I feel like? I feel like using my metamorphosis. I was given that when I first started playing, and I used that, and I'm like, this is cool. I can warp while cloaked. I feel like I'm making enough ISK now that I can actually run around and start using that again. I was just terrified of losing it. Hey, who's the... Oh, this is... Oh, fuck. Okay, this is the other dude. I left, so I guess I gotta leave this site. He arrived after I, All right. I just let the guy that know that's there now that I wasn't trying to cherry pick that site, that I just left. The other guy was like, you can have the site, you're new. And I'm like, it's all right. I'll just go to the next system. But I wonder if is that Psycho guy still here? I think he maybe he's left. Like you're doing, you should only be decloaking if you're planning on hacking or going to a wormhole. Okay. I also look at my my local, like I'm hanging out in, you know, in our space. I know enemies can still come here, but like as soon as I see someone, then I can cloak her. But I really like using the metamorphosis. I don't know. Good for running, hiding, but it's even better for hunting in a ship with actual guns. So you can the metamorphosis like be here to like actually kill people, or is I just thought it was like an exploration ship. It's flimsy. I was trying to like come up with like a couple of ideas for ships to kind of start training towards, to do like PvP with. I thought having like one ship that was like really tanky. Like I've seen videos on YouTube where people are like super tanky, and people just give up attacking them because it's like, okay, we can't even fucking do damage to this guy. He's healing too fast. So I thought I like that kind of idea because it's just annoying as hell to fight against, I guess. And then another one where I would be moving around in stealth, but it would just be basically like high burst DPS, so I could come out of cloak and just immediately kill someone really fast, loot and cloak up and move on. I don't know. It seems like fun. Or I would fly the Navy Heron. Okay, I can fly it. You know what? That's probably what happened. There was a few days ago, I got killed by someone, and it looked like he was in a Heron, so he was probably in a Navy one, or maybe in what I guess it's called a Buzzard or whatever. And he basically one-shot me. I was like, I saw him. I was like, oh, this guy's in another Heron, and then I was dead. It was like, the hell? So, whoops! I didn't realize this was still on. Yeah, I actually have enough points to train Buzzard as well. I just don't take it out. I gotta learn how to like actually like do PvP though before I'm gonna. Cloak and a probe scanner. Can it fit the ops cloak, the one that allows you to warp? Was it to a metamorphosis? Okay, I thought. Oh, what about the? Did I have like a? What else have I lost recently? I could have sworn it looked like a heron. Maybe maybe what I should do is like go and do some like of the mission ones and stuff, and kind of get used to the idea of like doing PvE and firing missiles and all that sort of stuff, and then going along with some of the fleets. I'm a little bit worried about doing the fleet stuff because I feel like I'm, you know, gonna ask to join a fleet, and then they're gonna give out a bunch of commands, and I'm gonna have no idea what the hell they're talking about. Whoops, did I scan this? I can't remember. Oh no, you were paying too much attention to my stream. Oh, so I didn't. It wasn't to a heron. That's weird. It happened so fast. I was like, whoops. It happened so fast that maybe I just thought it was it. I don't know. It was basically a 1 or 2 shot though. Like I didn't even have really much of a chance to fight back or anything like that. So. Watching Twitch, 7 accounts. Okay. I've got 2, and my idea was that I was going to have the second account, and it would just be mining on like another window while I was doing my main window, just to kind of create extra passive income. But right now, I'm just kind of focusing on learning, focusing all my attention on the one thing. Why did I not jump through? $100 million in implants. Holy crap. Oh! NPCs around the gate. You know, that's something else I've never done actually, is I've never actually used implants. I don't even know how to do it. Don't even know how to do it yet. We'll put that down on the list of things that I need to figure out. I am... So if I'm sitting at a safe spot, like I made a safe spot, flew back to it. If somebody came into this system, how long would it take them to pinpoint exactly where I was and be able to fly to me? If they knew what they were doing. Trying to guess, like... A minute? Oh, okay. So I thought it was like... No, they could pinpoint me down in like 10 seconds and be on their way. What is this? Ella Home South Soothsayer Production. That's not a... Is it a relic site? What is that? Combat gas site. Okay, never mind. Okay, so when I go to my safe spot, I should just immediately cloak and then I'm safe. All right. Let's go to the next. Should always be cloaked. I'll have to break that bad habit. I always want to hear a funny story. One of them off of a gate for getting a... That's funny. Eventon, or is your name like supposed to be short for like Edmonton or something? Or just Eventon? Maybe it's for like the soccer club Everton or something. Doesn't mean anything. Okay. Thanks for all the tips today, though, guys, because it's you guys know how this game is with new players. I wanna get my bad habits broken as I go along here. So, dude, Dalian forgot about her. I'm bad at multi-boxing. I do my dailies on my alts. Like that I do. So I do them on all 6 characters every day. I banked a whole bunch of skill points, so eventually I'm gonna transfer them to this character when I can use the tool that allows me to do that. That is one thing I've noticed about this community since I've started streaming. There's so many helpful people. That they don't come in and like trash talk you and call you a fucking noob or anything like that. Like they're genuinely helping. Although, you know, there are definitely some people that will stream snipe or whatever, but generally like people are just, you know, very helpful, very nice. $5 million sub points, currently at 7, so I'm using the dailies to rebuild that. Yeah, I think I've got like between like 2 and 4 million skill points on each of my alts at the moment, and I have like 5 million on this character as well. So I gotta learn how to time the slow down better. But yeah, just very helpful in chat. It had a lot of nice people in WoW as well, but I guess because I was, you know, an experienced player, maybe not necessarily the best player, but I was oh, this is still running? Oh no, it's not. Fuck. Stop. People would come in and, you know, they jokingly trash talk with me and stuff like that, but here it's you know, been a very friendly experience. Vast majority of EVE players won't touch. You mean to stream or to watch? To view? It is, I mean, I understand why. Let me preface this by saying I understand why. But it is unfortunate that generally, like 99% of the time, you're not allowed to stream the battles. And again, we all understand why. But just for advertisement for the game. Because when you see stuff like the EVE, like big videos like the one that Warlock Industries makes and some of these other people make, like that's the stuff that would be great to advertise to people, right? Like that stuff is really cool. Bogged down by people who make bad content, to put it lightly. Well, it's also hard to make good content because, you know, you're told, hey, you can't show that on stream. And again, like I said, it's unfortunate because if people saw that on stream, they'd be like, damn, what the hell's going on here? Like, it's so much more interesting. And before I actually came to play EVE, I'd watch EVE streams and I'd have no idea what was going on. But I so badly was like, I really want to try this game. Even though I had no idea what the game was really like. I just heard that it was open world PvP. I come from a background of Ultima Online and Shadowbane. Like, it was ruthless open world PvP, and I wanted to get back into something like that. So for years, I'd heard about EVE, I'd seen it, I hadn't played it, and I wanted to. So I understand why people don't want to allow people to stream those big those combats, but I think it would do the game a lot of good because it's free advertisement, right? Like, free advertisement. It's too bad that all the big corporations can't come to some sort of an agreement and say, you know what? Let's just all agree to allow it. And then that way, nobody's at a disadvantage. Because we're all doing it. But that, no. And then if somebody doesn't do it, just go and wipe them out. Just say, listen, if you're not going to do it, then we're all going to attack you. I meant to destroy that one. What am I doing? Just be ruthless. Yo, you're not going to agree to this? Okay. We're just going to wipe you out then. But they're also very highly edited for over the course of days, and wars don't happen often. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't even have to necessarily be big battles like that, right? One thing I do like about EVE Frontier is, like, this is your max viewing distance from your ship. There's none of this shit. None of this. It's this. It looks so much better to the viewer. EVE endgame with capital ships and stuff isn't like WoW, where you can get that over the couple of months. Playing on and off for 7 years, and I'm still not skilled into them. Well, some people never get skilled into them, right? You ate almost every aspect of Frontier. I haven't really played it. I do have an account. I've moved around in it, but I do. That is one thing I do love about it, is that this is your field of view. I think this on stream looks way better. Like, you know when they have those PvP battles on the weekend, and this is what you see? That's not doing anything. That's not helping. Like, they need to like, it does not look good. A U2 mix. I like U2. All right, let's go to the next one. Is there a way to show just by looking at this if this is still like our In's mother? They can see if they're getting targeted so they can broadcast for reps. Play tested it hard a couple of batches ago. Different game with an Eve paid job. It is a different game. I love the concept of the Eve game. I like when you're kind of like flying around, and it's very much more of like a spooky like game. That makes sense. Like when you're flying around things and stuff like that, like the atmosphere in the game is totally different. So I do like that. Whoops. Hopefully they actually finish it though, right? From what I understand, they have a bad habit of not finishing games. And I can't, I don't know, it's hard to tell if there's, how many people are actually playing EVE Online. Like, I never see anyone, very rarely see anyone streaming it. I don't know if there's that many people actually playing it, you know? Someone is paying CCP to develop it? Is that actually, like, well known, or? No, not, sorry, not EVE. I meant EVE Frontier. Like, how many people are actually playing in EVE Frontier? Sorry, did I say EVE Online? I meant EVE Frontier. Sorry, my bad. But it is, it is really an intriguing game, and like, when I realized, like, how the blockchain stuff worked, I wasn't so worried about it anymore. You mean multi? Oh, yeah, I think you multi-boxing, and are you talking about in? I mean multi-boxing in EVE Online? A 0% chance EVE Frontier gets a proper release, and maybe a 10% for Vanguard. Well, in EVE Online, there's obviously multi-boxing, right? Yeah, I just have the one account, and I think I've only maybe played it like 3 times, because I didn't even know how to play EVE Online at that point. And even to start moving, like, it was before they really had much of a tutorial in EVE Frontier, like one of the first patches that they had. And now I think they actually have a tutorial that teaches you how to, like, make like fuel and stuff like that. Out Frontier gets released as a unique game and could easily get new players to normal EVE. Possibly. I don't know. I just like the atmosphere in the game. But I do honestly think CCP could be doing a lot better job to bring in players to EVE Online. And like I said, those videos that I was talking about earlier, where they explain what you can do in EVE Online to players who like have never played EVE Online before, and so that they stop worrying about it being just a like a PvP ganking fest, because it's not that at all. You know, show that, hey, we've got, you know, we've got all these you know, other things that you've got in traditional MMOs, questing and all that sort of stuff, and give it like an example of what questing is like in EVE Online. And then people will be like, hey, it's got questing in the game. It's got, you know, professions in the game, or industries where you can make stuff, and explain how, like, I think somebody said it was like over 90% of items that you buy in the game are stuff that are player made. Like, that's fascinating. A lot of like other players in other MMOs, if they know that, they'd probably be like, hey, that's actually that's really cool. Yeah, the lack of having there being a local, like, that is what makes it. It means that you're constantly up, like, on edge a little bit more, right? It's like wormhole space, but everywhere. So yeah, if you guys know any, you know, really good video editors or whatever that would like to make those videos, I honestly think that that would actually be a really solid idea for, you know, EVE Online. To find somebody that would be willing to put in the time to actually create stuff like that. It'd have to be somebody with some experience, so that, you know, knows all of the different things that go on. Okay, this is a mess now. A real mess. Keep making it worse. Not helping right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. I feel like it's not right here. No. All right. This one's screwed. Try it again. Oh man, making things worse here. Like, really bad. It's got to be up here. So, man, that's the first one that I've not got all night. Next year, I'd have a lot of nickels. Yes, I do. Like I'm gonna keep preaching that. I think honestly, if we could get somebody that could, like when I first mentioned it, somebody said, "Oh, you should just watch This Is Eve." That's not what I'm talking about. Like I want somebody to actually say, "Hey, ever you know, Eve Online? Let me show you what it's about." And you know, it's got all the things your traditional MMOs have. Except in Azeroth being your home, you're in space. You like questing, we got questing. You like lore, we got lore. You know, like. And then show them examples. It is fluff. You're right. That is a good way of describing it. Like, it's a well put together video, but it doesn't really do anything for somebody that, like, it doesn't teach anyone who has never played the game. It doesn't really say, okay, I get it. You can mine asteroids. What the fuck are you doing that for? Well, if you explain it to them, I mine asteroids. It's similar to mining ore in World of Warcraft. Suddenly, people are like, oh, okay, that I understand. No, that I get. I can't remember if I wanted this one or not. No, I don't. Tells people zero about the game. It doesn't. The further down the rabbit hole one or whatever is interesting for the lore, right? But the number one, like, when I play WoW, I play with like dozens of other people. Like there's dozens of other people that I stream with. I have a far greater audience in WoW than I have with EVE Online. I just got tired of playing. I got tired of Blizzard's bullshit, and I got tired of playing WoW, like after how many years. So I stopped. And like when I talk to people about EVE Online, it's always the same thing, like, oh, I'm just gonna get ganked over and over again, right? And when you talk to like 99% of the people that have never played EVE Online before, that's like their big concern. Like, I guess somebody could look at the Zay kill board, which I actually don't even really know how to do myself. I think it was like a few days ago the last time I died to a player, and I've made so much ISK that losing that ship is nothing. It's pocket change, and I'm a new player. Like, imagine like. I don't know if it should be like a series of videos, like one video per topic, or if it just be, I think it should just be one like 7 to 10 minute video saying, hey, curious about EVE Online, let me explain to you what the game's like, what you can do in the game. And then just basically dumb it down into simple terms for people that have never played EVE Online, but have played other MMOs. Like, that's kind of the audience you'd probably be looking for, right? And then maybe finish it off with some of the fluff stuff that This Is Eve had. Yeah, get on that, chat. Who do we want to go pester to make these videos? Who should we you know, say, hey dude, we need you to do something for the community? Who would be up for that? And why should we keep bothering Warlock Industries until he finally commits to doing it? This is Amy. Is that I actually am not familiar with that person. I've never been able to market Eve well. You know what? Yeah, they should honestly be the ones that are doing it, or commissioning someone else to do it. You know, like they should honestly be commissioning. You know who's good at marketing? A lot of Eve streamers are decent at marketing, or they at least have a basic understanding. But at the very least, CCP could be like, hey, listen, we're going to guarantee you this much money to create the videos for us. You know, week's worth of wages or something like that. Like, can you go make this video for us? Make it worth their while. Eve does not have to be a niche game. And even if it is a niche game, it should have more. Like, it's gonna, like, I tell friends of mine that you know, at peak times, like especially lately with the new expansion, there's 40,000 people online during peak hours. You know, and there's, you know, easily over 100,000 active players, maybe a couple, 200,000-300,000 active players in the game. Like, it could be a lot more than that if it was, man, what is with these lowball sites? Rakulas, what is up, my friend? The 7 free Omega. I thought it was also because of the expansion that just came out too, right? Because usually during peak I still see like 35,000 or something like that. It's not morning. It is technically morning. It's 1 a.m. now, or just past 1 a.m. So, you know. What is this? Weekend 2013 was 50K. Yeah, but if you look at the numbers for like the last few years, it's been very consistent. Like, I was looking at the numbers for like the last few years, and it was like very consistent. Like, it hadn't really fallen or moved up, which is good. But the like, I'll give you an example. Like, they have I don't know if you guys know who Guzu is. Guzu's a friend of mine. He is another WoW streamer. We got to know each other on private servers and kind of started streaming classic WoW together. But he's a freaking cool guy, great content creator, and has done very well. He's full-time streamer now. He and I both used to do it part-time. And then, but anyways, a couple of times they've had him come play EVE Online. And I've watched it, and I feel like they're not doing it justice, because he's not really being shown what EVE Online is. He's just being kind of taken through the tutorial and all that stuff. Like, honestly, like, I feel like, you know, I or someone else should, or CCP should get in touch with him and say, hey, listen, we want to bring you in again, but we want to show you what EVE is all about. Because he's just basically shown, hey, this is how you mine in game. You know, like, okay, great, I can mine in the game. You know, where he does the tutorial stuff. Like, that's not, what's that gonna do? And why are you paying all that money? Because it is an advertised stream, so he is, you know, He's getting a buck or two off of it. I can't remember if this was good or not. I think it was bad. You know, I'm not saying don't have him do it, but have somebody like bring him around and whip him around through space and show him what Eve is all about. Because every time I watch it, he's basically like learning the tutorial stuff, and it's like, this is a really, really poor example of what EVE Online is about. That would be like Blizzard coming out with like a spending a bunch of money on a advertisement video or whatever for World of Warcraft, and showing people that you can I don't know, walk around in the starter zones or something like that, you know? Like, you want to show them what the game is about. It's about raiding and PvP and stuff like that, right? Like, it's... Okay, I'm actually going to do this one against my better judgment. Because I feel like coming to this site has been a waste of time. Okay, it's not here.
Warp drive active.
Whoops, shit. I pressed the scan hotkey too fast. Wasting money on paying random creators to play EVE for 2 hours and they get 4 missions. Yeah, it's like they need, you know what they did in Ashes of Creation? I don't know if any of you guys follow that, whether you think it's going to be successful or not. Sure, whatever, it's, you know. But they actually take the content creators and travel around with them. They show them like a boss fight. They show them, you know, all sorts of things in the actual game. They don't have you do the level 1 to 5 quests in World of Warcraft. Take them to a raid, you know. Throw them in a PvP battleground and show them that. Low burn too, it gets better with time and you understand, but you aren't getting new gear. Dinging a level every 30 minutes is not the most clear progression. Yeah, this is true. I like to explain to people that have never played EVE that your ship is similar to like your level and your class. So some classes would be different types of ships, and then there's different tiers of ships that would reflect kind of your level as well. So as you gain levels and make, you know, ISK and stuff like that, you know, instead of being a level 30 warrior, suddenly you're a level 40 warrior. Experienced EVE player to stream that maybe doesn't usually stream. Who knows? You know what I was thinking? The actual leaders of the corporations, they need to be people that are streaming. And that's what I mean when I said earlier that they need to have these. They will never happen. I understand that. But it would be great if they decided for the betterment of the game that they were going to all agree that they would stream everything in real time, all the fleets, everything. so people could understand what was going on in game. Whoops. Forget I'm using cloak now. How is lag when you've got like a bunch of ships and like if you're like at this far away from your ship? Is lag pretty bad when you get into PvP, or is it only when you have like hundreds of ships? Just big battles? Okay. So this is red. You said this is a Mar, right? No, it's a 4 to 5. So we can't use that one anyways. So how were you able to tell that it was a C5? I thought, like, is it just because it's the size, or? Because of the redness. Okay. Try to remember that. You know what I do think would be interesting, though? Is if they made it so that the view was only, like, this far away. Because I think that comes across as being, like, much better. To view as well. And just make it for everyone so it affects everyone just as much. I know a lot of you probably fight like this, but it... Sending me a link that I'm gonna have to look at later. Wormhole identification. I'm gonna save that under my EVE Online folder. I'll have a peek at that later. See, like, seeing these big, like, Stargates and stuff like that, you know, that's kind of a neat thing for somebody that's never played the game to see on stream, right? It just looks a lot more interesting. And that again, that's another problem that people, when they watch the game or they see clips of the game, like, it just looks like a bunch of little red and blue dots running around. When you used the Stargate, it just had a loading screen. It took them 13... Really? To add the jump animation. Really? That's... Do any of you guys follow the lore in the game? Like, are any of you guys lore enjoyers? I actually, I bought one of the Eve novels. I haven't read it yet, but I don't know if any of you guys have read any of these, but I did buy the Eve. I like reading, so I bought one or two of them. I think just one. I've still got to watch the Down the Rabbit Hole thing too. I don't know if you guys have all watched that, but I thought about, like, it's 6 hours long. I thought about watching like an hour a night each night or something. 'Cause I do want to watch it. I thought, you know what, maybe when maintenance comes or something like that. Eva has great lore. I used to watch a lot of videos on it. Really? Is there like a particular, like WoW has what's his name? There's several WoW content creators that they talk about the lore. It'd be interesting to actually read up on the lore for EVE Online. Huh, I'll have to see. Do you guys have any content creators in particular that are they talk about the lore in the game or the stories? Damn it, there's already someone here. Also, you can find, is it a particular Austero Thea? I'm already subscribed to them, so I can probably just Google EVE Online lore, but the I think the one, like, the Further Down the Rabbit Hole thing is really cool. Have you guys all watched Further Down the Rabbit Hole? Or whatever it's called? You guys haven't watched it, really? Maybe I'll start watching like an hour a night. I don't want to sit through like a 6-hour stream of doing it, but maybe an hour a night and just be like, okay, let's watch this. Because I started watching it on my TV, and I only had like half an hour before I had to leave for work, and I was like, hey, this is actually pretty cool. Some of the... It sounds familiar. Everybody, when I started playing, they were like, "Oh, you got to watch down the rabbit hole." It tells like the player's story, like all the old battles and the old alliances and stuff like that that went to war and what sparked the wars and who betrayed who and all that sort of stuff. It was like, wow, this is actually really interesting, and somebody made like a 6-hour long video for it. I want to be able to start making enough ISK that I can do giveaways too, actually. That's one of the other reasons why I want to get my production down. I need someone that knows a lot about PI to let me know if I've set it up for maximum and what to do to maximize the efficiency of PI. Maybe there'd be other people in chat that would like to see it as well, because one of those subjects a lot of people maybe aren't really good at. But this isn't some videos. This is one 6-hour long video. Someone's already here. Whoops. Oh, wait a second. I didn't even get to the system I was going to. I think I just... Next system shows that there's 5 Cosmo signatures. But yeah, I don't know. What do you guys think that I could make with planetary or PI with 6 characters per week? Like what is a realistic expectation? See it as another chore. I have another buddy that plays, another streamer friend that plays. So he's like on day 3 of playing. So I'd like to learn how to do PI so that I get a good understanding of it, and I can just be like, just show him rather than him have to go through the struggle of having to learn it from nothing. And there, it's like that gardening plot thing is. I played WoW all the way from. I played WoW beta actually. That's how long I played WoW for. Yeah, I played all through MOP and. But if it's making me more ISK, and somebody told me that it just takes a couple of minutes to do it. Like it's not really time consuming. But I just want to make a ton of ISK for 2 things. One, to like grow and have bigger, better ships and not be worried about losing them. And also to do giveaways. I'm not an Eve partnered streamer, right? I don't get enough views, I think, as an Eve streamer like I would if I was streaming WoW. I like doing giveaways just for something fun to do. Whoops. What do I play in WoW? I play several classes. I can play Warlock, Mage, Druid. I play mostly vanilla though, or classic. I don't really like retail. I think retail's been shit for many, many years, unfortunately. Stop playing an early Legion. Yeah, a lot of the retail players, like I feel that WoW players are like, you're either a retail player or you're a classic player generally. And a lot of retail players will tell you that Legion was like the last really good expansion for retail. I personally didn't like anything past TBC. Oh, you prick. I know it's here, too. It's here. Oh, that's a good start. It's here too, isn't it? Yeah. But yeah, in classic WoW, I can play. Those are the three classes that I play. I can play Mage, Warlock, Druid. TBC's coming out, and I was thinking about leveling a character up, a Druid, and I started one, and then after like 5 minutes, I was already so disappointed with myself for even. So I've kind of shelved that. Two more expansions afterwards, then quit. Started WoW late. Started in like mid-cata. Oh, dude, did you play Classic when it relaunched? Classic Vanilla is the best version of WoW. Period. It is the best version of WoW. That game is tremendous. I'm just tired of WoW, and I needed to explore, try something new. I'll enjoy that. I did Classic WoW and really, yeah, I love Classic WoW, man. Like, but I can't stand Blizzard. Can't stand Blizzard much anymore. The time sync in Classic? Yeah, it can be, but I mean, look at EVE Online, man. You know? MMOs in general are just they're a time sink. Do you have time for them? Like, to a lot of people, EVE Online, like, that's immediately what they think is I don't have time for that. Yeah, I was gonna say I feel like it's right here. There's no reason to go look for it. So whatever MMO you're gonna play, it's gonna be a time sink. Especially the older ones, like the ones like current retail WoW, you can actually like it's less of a time sink because you can get right into like raiding, and if you die in raiding, you don't have to run all the way back. You just immediately teleport to the start of the boss fight and go again. Like it's really enjoyed Season of Discovery. I leveled a druid, warrior, and a mage. Ooh, 23 million. I've never really played warrior, but first character was an undead. Dude, I love warlock, and I love the undead is my favorite class. So. Come on. Oh, dude, I was leveling a druid for TBC because I just absolutely destroy anyone I face in world PvP with a druid. They're the most disgusting and most annoying class in the world. When you have a druid jump you, in open world PvP and TBC, they're so annoying to have to deal with. That's why I play one. So that's why I play one. But yeah, I started leveling one up. I got to like level 16, and then I was like, what am I doing? Like, right now I find this so much more interesting, so much more engaging. Yeah, hunters are a big pain in the ass too. It's just because of their Viper Sting. Their Viper Sting is super annoying. Is there a way to make a hotkey to automatically spin your camera around to show, like, this view, basically? So I'm not, like, going it manually? I wouldn't use it often, but when I just try going back and forth between, I guess it would be like an align camera or something. I just want it so that like when my ship starts to take off, if I can make it so that I hit one key and the camera automatically aligns to the direction that I'm flying towards, so to speak. That makes sense. Shift C, really? Here, let's try this. Shift C. Nope, that doesn't seem to be doing it. I'm sure I could look in like the... Usually there's like a camera. It isn't. I'm not seeing anything. Yeah, I don't see anything for that. Oh, fuck. Over here. All right, all combat sites. Fantastic. All right, let's move on to... I'm surprised that there isn't that option somewhere. Modules, fighters, character creation... Oh, maybe... Alt? Align to? Maybe that's it. Hold on. Oh, that just automatically... Hold on. Here, let me try selecting... Oh, it's if I'm clicking on it, it's automatically doing it. But hold on. Like, let's see. I've clicked on that, but what did I say it was A? Oh, you have to actually click on the target. I can just click on that there, but no, I meant it actually swung the camera around to that. Hey, why did you not? Oh, I'm cloaked. Yeah, I've gotten so good at cloak, I've gotten really bad at realizing I'm still in cloak. More exploring and discovering. WoW felt like I was waiting on spawns, raid lockouts, grinding bosses, mobs for. Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, if you're a raider, then yeah, there is the term raid logging, right? Which you don't necessarily have to do. Like, it's just, you know, people get to a point where they feel like the only thing that they can do is raid. So people get stuck in this cycle of, they just log out until the next raid, right? So people will start making alts, or they'll, I like to do world PvP, and if I've got a druid, there's always something for me to do. Like, I can always be the most annoying motherfucker in the world in world PvP. But not getting loot from multiple raids can suck. Yeah, I like raiding because you're just kind of chilling out with a bunch of buddies on a weekday night, and having unless I've played in some pretty serious raids as well, which you can also enjoy as well. But it's also nice to just kind of chill in kind of a fun raid, just to shoot the shit with people and be a bunch of bros and make fun of each other, But I like PvP. A lot of people don't like PvP, and so they get if they're only a raider, then they get stuck in this raid log cycle. On Hydro during Kata. Well, TBC is coming out. I did start making my druid. The problem with WoW is they've got layers. So, like, that's the one thing that I love about Eve is there's no layers. It's one server. Like, it's not like you can layer hop. I don't know if you know what that is, but because there's so many people in an area, they'll actually create 2 duplicates of that same area and split the players amongst them. But you can layer hop to another layer if you want to avoid people. You can't do that in EVE Online. Which I like. The shitty thing about TBC though is the you get flying mounts, so it's easy for people to run away. Easy for them to run away. What else do you do in Eve? Like, what are your, do you do any questing or anything like that? I've heard, like, once you get up to, like, level 4 questing, you can actually make some pretty good ISK doing that. So I've heard. This was junk, right? Like, I did look at this. Yeah, junk. Another junk. A high damage ship and quickly run them for ISK? Like, how much ISK per hour? Like, is it better than what I'm doing now, like exploration? Whoops. What, shit, which one is this? This one here. Did I almost destroy the wrong one? Yeah, I did. I was almost going to destroy this one. You. 5. I think it is down here. Right in the corner, you brick. Depends on luck which part of space you are in. Are you good at hacking? Well, I'm doing... Is that not what I'm doing right now? I feel like I'm good. Like, I don't think that I'm as good as some of these guys that I see on stream, but I do feel like I'm speeding up pretty quickly. Like, compared to what it was like when I first started. Did you say that you do IP or you don't? I'm trying to get an idea as to how much can I make doing IP with 6 characters? Like, what can my expectations be? Gonna have to try and do this quickly. There's a player in the zone, so I'm just gonna bounce for a little bit to my safe spot and stealth and Oh, he just left. Of course.
Warp drive active.
Oh, it was years ago. So you don't even find it worthwhile to do it anymore. Is that what you're telling me? That it wasn't worth. I feel like if it's something where you're just doing it for a couple of minutes every few days, I can't imagine that would be. Oh, fuck it. Yeah, I forget like what if it was good or bad one. Bad one. Well, mine are set up in nullsec, so. Well, I mean, oh, 21 mil. We'll take that. When I say it's the two that I've created are set up in nullsec. I was hoping that today I would find someone that was like, they really knew their shit. I had some people help me out, but they were like, I'm not like an expert, but I wanted to like, if somebody that really knew their shit with PI, started to watch the stream, they could give me some like tips, but just to see if I was maximizing my output or, you know, stuff like that. I've tried to watch some videos, but right here. No, but I needed that. Fuck. Didn't need that. Okay, I know it's around there. Okay, I need to find not that. I need that. I need a wrench. Come on. There we go. Although that's only going to help me get through this. I don't think I'll be able to actually clear. That. Yeah. All right, let's try it again. Got one more chance. This one was worth quite a bit too, so. Very nice. One. There you go. Woot. That little guy has 15 videos on just PI. Yeah, he's got a lot of videos. He seems like a nice guy. Messaged him and asked him if I could watch his videos on stream, and he was like, "Yes, of course." He seems like a nice guy. Whoops. He was like, "Yeah, the more people that we can get into this game, yeah, by all means." Okay, found it. All right, there we have. We finished this one. So let us see. Whoops. Go back to our. See what this is. Yeah, I'll have to like look through his videos. I had like before I started my stream like 30 videos up on one of my monitors to look at, and I had to close them down because they were just like a drain on my resources. Well, I think I saw in Mad Rambo's chat that he was making like 26 billion ISK a month or something like that, but I didn't catch how many tunes he was doing that on. So I was kind of like, that's why I keep once in a while I'll ask if anyone knows how many, you know, what I could reasonably get with 6 characters. But I mean, passive income, and apparently it sounds like relatively easy to do. Like I can do it basically at the same time that I'm doing my dailies. Sounds good to me. Sounds all right to me. No, I've been through here. I really wish this would give you a better indication as to whether you've been through these sites before or not. Unless there's something I'm missing. How far away am I from... 5 jumps. Buckets. I saw somebody named Luga Brazzi. I don't know if you're a fan of The Godfather or not. Oh, there's the robbing of corporations too, where you go rob their bank. But that's another thing that I need to like look up. 5 to 600 million per month per character.
Warp drive active.
If I just gonna per month. Okay, so I could make like 3 billion ISK. Ish. Yeah, I don't want to go all out. Like, I'm willing to pay for 2 Omega accounts. I'm not willing to, like, pay for 20. Keep your account subbed or close to it. How much would it cost in ISK to buy enough Plex to pay for your account these days? I guess I could look it up on the market. You can buy the Plex, right? Scan this one down since I'm already... $2.5 billion ISK just to keep one account subbed. I think I don't mind paying for the sub. I think I'd rather use the ISK for giveaways on stream. I know you can eventually become an Eve partner, but I'd have to build up my viewership again from because I think they require that you have like 40 average viewers. If I was playing WoW, that wouldn't be a problem. But you know, I have to build up my regular viewers and then apply after a few months or something, I think. And then I think they get gifted like skins and all sorts of shit, right? Yeah, you know what I just did? I went and renewed my subscription for another year like a month ago. Before this big... I thought about it after I did it, and I'm like, I probably should have waited because they probably have a Black Friday sale, and sure enough, they had a Black Friday sale. And I thought about actually buying the 2-year thing for the Black Friday sale because it works out to like $10 a month Canadian. I was like, come on. Like, surely you can afford that. I wonder with 45 minutes left if I should actually be worrying about destroying these. Are you in are you in Goons? Like with the server going down in 45 minutes, do I have to worry about destroying these still, or I guess I will just so I don't get in shit. Oh, really? You can do that? Oh, okay. I thought about buying it anyways, then I'd have like a 3-year sub. But then I was like, you know what? They have these every year. Why not just wait till next year and buy it then? Hopefully I'll have a... I mean, I will have a job by then, you know, but... No, I bought the Plex off of, what's his name's site? And then I bought it in game. Yeah, Marquee Dragon. Somebody told me to do that before. They're like, yeah, just buy it off Marquee Dragon and... But yeah, they have it every year, so I'll just wait till next year. Hey, thank you for the follow, man. Appreciate that. There we go. Well, I think I will do this one just because it's barely under the threshold that I would normally do. Maybe when the servers go down, we can... I don't know how long you're going to be around for, but maybe we can watch, like, the first hour of that, down the rabbit hole, and they'll do, like, 1 hour a night or something. Going to bed soon? It's 3. We're both... Oh, you're in the same time zone. Oh, it's... No, you're, one, time zone over. Oh, you open it and just take that then. Oh, oh, my dad lives in Arizona, actually. My dad's retired down in, he lives in Scottsdale. I usually go down there once or twice a year. I haven't been down there in a year, though. I went down there a year ago, last November, a year ago, well, from now, to watch my Chicago Bears play the Cardinals. Lobsdale, yeah, that's basically it. He fits right in there, actually. He fits right in. Oh, you know what? I didn't do the other data site. Well, there. Yeah, I actually, when I was like 25, I went to move there, and I lasted a week. I shit you not. I had my girlfriend, who then became my ex-girlfriend, booked me a ticket to move down there. I lasted a week, and I called her, and I'm like, she was a travel agent. That's why she booked it for me. It's not like I'm an idiot, and I don't know how to book my flights. Anyways, after a week, I was like, okay, I can't. It was like culture shock for me. There was no forest, there was no ocean. It was like, what the hell am I doing here? So I called her, and I'm like, I need you to book me a return ticket. And she was like, look at your ticket, you idiot. I booked you a round trip. Yeah, I go down there once in a while. My sister used to live down there, but a couple weeks ago she moved to Oregon. I don't mind going down there for like a week at a time, but after a week, I'm like, okay, everything looks the same here. Like all the buildings, the roads, like I can't tell where the hell I'm at. So, good property laws when you die and the warm weather feels good in the joints. Yeah, well, that's what my dad said. My dad used to get really bad hay fever here, and he doesn't get it when he's down there. Oh, what? The hack failed? What? Weird. Do I even want this? Did I even check? Not the end of the world if I don't get it. Hey, this song sucks. Should have actually deleted it off my playlist. Actually, let me do that. Is it? Yeah, fuck this song. There. Gone. Never have to listen to that one again. Oh my god, come on. There we go. Another ton to do here, especially when it's, you know what? I'll tell you a funny story. When I was my dad moved down there actually when I was a kid. I was like 14 when he moved down there. So he moved down there a long time ago. I went to fly down there one time, and my mom took us to the airport. I was like 15 or something. And they warned us at the airport that they might have to fly us to Tucson because the tarmac at the airport in Arizona was melting. Planes couldn't land. By the time we got there, though, they'd made the announcement that they'd be able to land. But this is before cell phones, right? It's not like I could just call my dad and say, yeah, you know, don't worry, we're going to be landing there. Yeah, and it was 125 degrees Fahrenheit. So it was damn hot. I'm a Canadian kid, man. I'd never experienced that before. So that was new for me. Yeah, my sister used to live in the Glendale area, so I'd go over there from time to time. Used to spend some time at Lake Havasu, and a couple of years ago, my dad turned 70, so I flew down and surprised him. I showed up at like 5 o'clock in the morning, and his wife had a suitcase for him packed. And he was like, what the fuck are you doing here? And I said, happy birthday, motherfucker. We're going to Vegas. We hopped in his car and took him to Vegas for 4 nights or 3 nights? 3 or 4 nights. Just him and I. Stayed at Caesar's Palace. He used to go to Vegas all the time, so... That was fun. I used to go to Vegas all the time, but it's too expensive to go there now. Way too expensive to go to Vegas anymore, and I've been there so many times that I just like, nah, I don't want to be here and go here anymore. Yeah, I've suddenly somehow managed to unlock where it just automatically looks at stuff. I'm not sure if I like it or not. I don't even know how I did that. 4 to 5 eyes, depending on where you start in Phoenix. Yeah. think is that the last time I've been there? I think maybe it is. My buddies and I, when we were going to like college and university, we used to go there a couple times a year. It was so cheap. We'd stuff like 5 of us into a room, you know, and each pay like $75 or something like that for the whole weekend for the room. Fuck. Ah! I've gone down there. I like going to baseball as well, so I've been to a couple of the Diamondback games while I was down there. I'm not a fan of any of the teams out of Phoenix, but Nixon, what's up, man? Nixon, are you playing TBC, or am I gonna be able to twist your arm into trying this? I know you won't play this, but spring ball games down here, pro baseball teams from all over play here. Yeah, they've got the like the what are they called? That was easy. Like the preseason down there for a lot of the teams, right? So
Warp drive active.
we had a lot of sites. You know what I haven't actually seen a lot of tonight are wormholes. I haven't seen a lot of wormholes tonight. You didn't think you'd play this game for long? This game, Riddick? Riddick, I was trying to figure out my PI. I think I got my PI sites running. Where the hell did that go? I got my PI sites running. I just don't know if they're running at maximum efficiency. I need someone to help me with that. I think it will level up Blood Elf very casually. I don't have much time to game anymore. Mr. Employed. You're no mage and come play EVE Online. Exactly. Learn something new. I've got Romanowski playing. I'm hoping he's not getting too like frustrated with a game. Like I hope he's going to like continue to play, but he doesn't like coming home from work and having to like use brain power to play video games. He says he uses it a lot at work. So I'm hoping like he'll just kind of ease in. I've been trying to like ease him into things and stuff like that, but you hate playing the gear treadmill simulator? Yeah, but your ships are basically just, you know, different classes of characters and you gear them out, right? So Okay, I want to actually detect them all down. And then see if I can get them all done before servers go down. Nixon, I was telling people earlier that this is a game where, like, once you start to get a sense as to what the game is really like, it's not like this gank fest as soon as you get out of the Newb area. Once people realize all the things that you can do in the game and how you interact with all the other players and stuff, it is an amazing game. And the community kind of reminds me of like vanilla WoW, actually. There's questing. These guys told me that they really enjoyed the lore of EVE Online. You'll be a male blood elf warlock. You want that silence, see him? I've started a night elf druid, and I felt like poking my eyes out after like 15 minutes. They'll all respawn? Yeah, well, all sites respawn, right? It is so close to the downtime. I think I would probably be able to get away with just cherry picking, right? Like, I don't have to actually blow them up now. I leveled a horde druid. Yes. This was at a because I figured there's gonna be more horde players in TBC, so I leveled I was starting an alliance druid. But then I started to like claw my eyes out because I was playing alliance. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, Daniel. So oh, hold on. We actually have somebody in this zone, so. Ravenscar, I was just telling these guys I started a druid. I don't know if I've got a level 60 druid already. Ready to go into TBC. But I was thinking of leveling an alliance one just for world PvP. I don't think I'm going to do any raiding if I actually play TBC. Actually, a couple of players that have come in here. I'm stealth, so I'm fine, but... Oh, one just left. How can I tell what the guy's flying? Is there a way to do that? I don't see him in my range, so... So, Maybe I'll just wait a minute. He might be running around and going through these sites. Like that may be what he might be doing. So, oh, he just left. So he may have seen that I, well, no, because I didn't see any of his scanners. So, whoops.
Warp drive active.
Oh, one's already empty. I think he already did that, or someone did. 2 of them are empty. Three of them are empty. What am I talking about? Yeah, somebody's already scanned these. Fuckers. Fuckers. Dreamology, thanks, man. I appreciate it. I don't know. Well, the servers go down in 20 minutes, so I'm gonna bounce from here. Oh, now there's a pilot has bad standing that's just flown in here as well. Okay, and that other player is there. I think this was the other site. Yeah, somebody's already taken these. Those buggers. I guess that's not as frowned upon this late at night when the servers are closing.
Warp drive active.
Oh, I don't even know that they do despawn. I think that's like they actually people get. When I first joined the alliance, I asked if you're supposed to, because I didn't know how long the despawn window was, and they were like, "Yes, definitely." Like go blow all of them up, the ones that you're not gonna loot. And then they apparently respawn at server back when the server comes back up. They have to pay asshole taxes. When I was not in the alliance, when I was just in like the NPC corporation or whatever, I was cherry picking. I didn't really understand how the respawn worked.
Warp drive active.
Just do this quickly. Let's see if we can. Maybe we can get one last rune site or something like that. Before the servers go down. Do I ever? Yeah, I mean, I haven't really experienced PvP yet. I'm pretty new, but yeah, sometimes I experience PvP for about 5 seconds. But I do plan on learning how to PvP once I learn some other aspects of the game. PvP is why. But yeah, there's lots of PvP in the game. It's not. I don't know if you've played before. Let's Just Win, but it's not like a big gank fest like people are worried about. If you play like WoW or something like that, like. Yeah, I'm trying to find loot. Like, these are old, like... I think the example that I used earlier in stream, like, imagine you're in Star Trek and, you know, whoever's science officer says, hey, we've got an anomaly off of the starboard, blah, blah, blah. It's X amount of distance away. And Captain Picard's like, hey, let's go take a look at it. That's basically what I'm doing. What happened there? Like, oh, I know what happened. So I'm looking in these anomalies, which can be anything, but I'm specifically looking for ones that could be like old civilization sites or ship crashes or that sort of thing, right? And then I can search through its cargo or whatever and find loot. Why did this... Yeah, I don't know why. I must have accidentally clipped to go to 100 kilometers away. But I mean, I've got over 100 million ISK worth of stuff on me right now, so not great, not bad. Now I'm trying to get back to our corporation or our alliance's main starbase without getting killed with my loot. Shouldn't be a problem. I'm pretty deep in our territory, so there's lots of our pilots that are around keeping the area clear. Yeah, Let's Just Win. If you've never played before, if you are into MMOs, it's fantastic. Somebody asked me the other day, like, I've played dozens of MMOs where I would rank EVE Online, and I've only just started playing. To me, it's probably top 5. For me, it's a top 5 MMO out of all the MMOs I've ever played. And that's like playing it now. Like, the game's over 20 years old. It is that engaging. But the learning curve is very steep, so if you're gonna try it, I would just kind of like learn slowly the things that you can do and just kind of take it easy. You know? Hold on. Did we get one more? Notice there's one in this system. What are the chances that this has not been scanned down, whatever it is? Yeah, imagine the ships are basically like your ammunition, so if you lose your ship, it's not a big deal. You make enough money that you can easily replace it, and a lot of times even the corporation that you play with, they'll replace it for you. So it's not a big deal. People are like, oh my god, if you die, you lose everything. That's not true. You will lose what's on that ship. But, you know, you don't level with like levels. Like traditional MMO, you level with the skill points. And you build those up over time. So you can train your character into being whatever type of player you want to be. You don't have to be a PvPer. You know, you might get PvP'd, but you want to specialize in mining or huffing, you know, extracting resources or hauling cargo. You can do any of that stuff. You can't do all the content of the game. The game rewards being flexible and specializing. Yeah. Well, we do have a relic site. We do have a relic site. What happens if I'm in space when the servers go down? I've literally had people come in and tell me they've been playing the game for 15 years and they're still learning the game. It is very challenging. It can be very overwhelming for a new player. That's why I suggest just take it easy. Try and learn one skill at a time. Don't try and learn all the things at once, right? All right, we got 9 minutes, chat. We got 9 minutes. Try and pump out a little bit more. You log back in. Oh, so I'd be safe then. Oh, look, they're full? Full loot? What? Is this a real... Is this... Nobody tried to poach these. I'm going to, though. I'm going to. They'll suck anyways. I feel like there's one big one here. That one's not bad. Let's see if there's a big one. Yeah, those two aren't bad. All right, we'll try for all three. Someone had to make all the materials to create that. I don't know if Let's Just Win or is still here, but... Whoops, pressed the wrong bloody thing. All right, let's try and go. Go. Ah. The crap. Oh my god. Not a good start. Whoops. Loot. Loot all nice. Next. On. Fucker. Oh. Why is this one being tricky? Here. Right there, I think. Oh, you... Alright, we got time for one more. One more and get back to the Keepstar. Yeah, this is basically... Imagine like treasure hunting. That's what I'm basically doing. These old sites that they pop up randomly. Whoops. And they've got like these security systems on them, and if you fail hacking into them more than twice, or well, if you fail a second time at hacking into them, basically they self-destruct. So it's like a game of Minesweeper here. This. Right around here somewhere. There it is. Loot all. Back to the Keepstar. Let's go.
Hard drive active.
Never joined a Null Corp alliance, so I haven't docked into a Keepstar. Oh, really? Dude, you should seriously think about coming to Nullsec. I've played with some really serious gamers in fantastic guilds before, including guilds that I've run myself. I am blown away at the organization that these large alliances have, man. Like, absolutely blown away. I would strongly advise, like, joining a corporation. Maybe I've just happened to luck into what appears to be a good one. But Karma Fleet is very open for new players, and they're very helpful. Like, they've got classes to teach you how to do stuff. I did a PI class the other day. 30 people were in it, just learning how to do PI. Crazy, man. Just in a call to teach people how to do PI. Fantastic. Like where do they have this in other games? I was blown away, man. Look at that. We got over 1 billion ISK worth of stuff now. Massive, really only null blocks. Oh, okay. Yeah, server's shutting down in 50 seconds. We did that just in time. Just in time. You know what I am going to do is I'm going to get my bot working again, so I can do raffles on stream. I'm not a partnered Eve guy, but I think I'll like I will probably start doing giveaways of like 100 or a million, 200 million ISK. Just at like the end of my stream or something like that. I just have to make it myself. We'll see if the servers stay down for very long, though. Usually it's just a couple of minutes. You know what we could do is we could watch the first hour of Down the Rabbit Hole. Have any of you guys seen it before? How do you know when the server's back up? I figure it's probably too early now. I have done a couple of abyssals, but I was only doing like level 1, and I wasn't really making anything from it. So I think I have to get like, and I tried to do a level 2, and they were like, "Listen, you need to actually like be a better player in order to do level 2s. Like my ships weren't good enough, and I didn't really know the tactics of like combat. So like I think I put myself on orbit around one ship, and I was just rapidly flying around it over and over again. Is it about 15 minutes, is it? Okay. I mean, it's up to you guys. I'll do, because I don't know if I'm gonna log, like if I log into the game, um I don't know if I want to log in just to play for 1 hour. Like I could log in. That's why I'm like, we could watch Down the Rabbit Hole for an hour and before I end stream or something like that. Oh yeah, and hey, thanks for the follows, guys. If you're not following the stream, please consider following the stream. I've usually mostly been a WoW streamer, so it's gonna be like a new community that I need to build up over here. So yeah, if you haven't followed the stream, or if you're a new player yourself, or if you don't mind helping or laughing at a new player, please follow the stream. Kind of watching to see servers go up, but a Warlock Succubus, yeah, that's because that was my main. I mained a Warlock in Classic, Warlock, Mage, and Druid. Basically, the 3 classes that I've typically played. I need to maybe adjust my sleep schedule so that I'm not like I'm going to bed at this time. When I get a job, that will help. I guess I need to download marbles like all the other streamers, right? We're gonna do draws. We're gonna have to download marbles. They usually either not a lot of people up at this time other than Australia. Yeah. Hey, and Chaos Wizard. Thank you very much, man. I appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, so usually I used to stream WoW. That was basically the game that I streamed probably 99% of the time or 95% of the time. But I decided, you know what? I really want to play EVE Online. I'm going to hard switch over to EVE Online and play that. And I've really enjoyed it so far. And the Aussies are crazy in this game. The Aussies are crazy in general. Let's be honest. Boo Rec over on YouTube. Yeah, if you're not, I'm going to change. If you don't like my particular style of music, I'm going to change it so that music isn't played on the YouTube stream. So yeah, if you prefer that, or if you prefer watching streams on YouTube, some people do. I do stream there as well. So. I think last night though the servers came back up super fast. Eventon, thank you very much, man. I appreciate the conversation. Appreciate the conversation. We'll is it going? And Binio, well, welcome 07 to you as well. Look at that. Oh, look at all the skill points we get today. Woot. What do we want to do? Do we want to do exploration, or do we want to watch the first hour of Down the Rabbit Hole? Because I'm really interested. You know what? I think maybe I'll do the first hour. What do you guys think? It's up to you. Do you want to see more exploration, or watch? For those of you that I am a Goonie, yeah. I'm new to the game, like, but I got invited to Karma Fleet, which is they're very helpful with new players apparently, or they have been since I've been in. I've only been in a week, so. Would you guys prefer exploration, or do you guys want to watch Eve further down the rabbit hole? For those of you that don't know what it is, it's basically a long video. We'd only watch it in parts of like an hour, but it talks about the history of Eve, and it's all about the like the player drama and stuff that's happened over the course of several months. Yeah, they are very new player friendly. It's been very nice being in. So it's up to you. What do you guys feel like? I can do more exploration, or we can walk down the rabbit hole. Watch it down the rabbit hole. Let's see. So this is it here. We will start off, and we'll. I can't watch a 6-hour-long video, although I'm sure it's extremely interesting. Well, let's maybe take it in like steps of an hour per night. So again, this is the history of EVE Online, but it's like EVE Online. The history is all player driven, so it talks about all the backstabbing and all the big battles and the you know all the wicked shit that's happened in this game up until when was this created? 2 years ago. So up until that point.
For over 20 years, the simulated world of New Eden has run in near perpetuity. While information about this world is readily available, much of it is indecipherable to the outside observer, replete with jargon and references meaningful only to those who have spent years in the community. On occasion, mainstream news outlets will write articles about the results of battles involving thousands of players and virtual assets valued at hundreds of thousands of dollars, massive exchanges in wars fought for arcane reasons between belligerents with convoluted backgrounds. People who spend their time in New Eden will begin to discuss their experiences in the game and their participation in historic events, but their gravity is often difficult to fathom for those without the same knowledge or experience. Others endeavor to chronicle particular aspects of its history, such as harrowing acts of subterfuge and its ever-shifting borders and alliances. Many who hear about this world agree that, while fascinating, they would never attempt to join it themselves, citing its complexity and depth. And so, for most, a single question remains: what is EVE Online?
How far are these credits?
During the early 1990s, software developers were exploring the possibilities of the internet, a relatively new invention at the time. Interactive online spaces such as multi-user dungeons and forums were shared by millions of people, but it was clear to everyone using and creating these spaces that there was much more potential. Internet technology was rapidly improving and changing, and developers had to make certain that their creations could keep pace. Even more difficult, however, was balancing the ever-changing needs and desires of users with the services being created. As personal computers became more widespread and their rendering capabilities increased, developers grew more and more interested in simulated, three-dimensional environments shared over the internet as the natural progression of forums, and of these developers, there were few as ambitious as the Icelandic company Oz Interactive and their creation, Oz Virtual. During the preceding decades, cyberpunk novelists had envisaged immersive, multi-sensory virtual experiences enabled by powerful computers networked with one
Very
another,
good book,
and
Neuromancer.
software developers had used these stories as inspiration to create worldwide web browsers that allowed users to explore websites in 3 dimensions, utilizing a coding language called the Virtual Reality Markup Language, or VRML, as opposed to the Hypertext Markup Language, or HTML. Founded in 1992, Oz Interactive sought to expand upon this concept and offer a VRML web browser that allowed users to interact with other users who were visiting the website at the same time, with each person represented by their own 3D avatar, and even allowing for simultaneous voice communication, a remarkable progression for the time. However, their location made development difficult. Iceland's internet was connected to the rest of the world by a single modem, and the country would turn off this modem during the night when few people were using it. Still, development would continue for the next 4 years until 1996, when they finally launched the beta version of Oz Virtual. Soon, other companies began forming partnerships with Oz Interactive, including Time Warner, Ericsson, the Van Gogh Museum, and Atlantic Records, to create bespoke worlds within Oz Virtual for them. Most notably, Intel cooperated with Oz Interactive to recreate a New York nightclub in Oz Virtual, then utilize a motion capture system on the performers at the club to host a party in both the real and virtual spaces simultaneously. However, the company soon realized that the concept of Oz Virtual, like many others of its ilk, was a product developed too early for the market, and a small group of developers and artists, as well as a single historian, left Oz Interactive to found their own company in 1997, which they named Crowd Control Productions, or as it is commonly abbreviated, CCP. Where this small group had once spent their time developing tech demos, they were now interested in creating a finished product, and so they decided that they would develop something remarkably different: a board game. Leveraging the design experience of its initial members, they quickly constructed their game, which they christened Haituspiel, or Danger Game. Produced in conjunction with Alcoholics Anonymous, the game saw players fighting against one another and occasionally making tenuous alliances as they attempted to break the cycle of addiction to various substances. Core to the game's mechanics was a focus on sharp consequences for failure and the ability to interfere with others' play. In the game design documents, the first line read, "Death is a serious matter." Haituspiel was widely successful in Iceland, and soon it had sold a copy to 1/8 of households in the country, bringing this small, independent company of designers a significant influx of capital. But rather than continuing to make board games, the company returned to the concept that had driven them to work together in the first place. While the design and technology they had made for Oz Virtual was produced too early for its initial purpose, they envisaged a game made with the same concepts and some of the same technology. And so, in 1999, using the money they had earned from Haituspiel, they began work on a space-themed massively multiplayer online game. At first, the designers attempted a two-dimensional style, but the team decided quickly that they wanted to create something more reminiscent of a movie, and soon they settled on a three-dimensional style that placed the player in a ship out in space against a backdrop of planets and stars, and they began releasing trailers in the year 2000. Publishers were initially unwilling to believe that the graphics in the trailers were rendered in real time, but after they had been convinced, CCP was able to secure the funding they felt necessary to make the game that they wanted, which they named EVE Online, the second Genesis. Their ambitions, however, were far more than graphical. Supporting the core gameplay would be a complicated system of economics described as hyper-capitalistic by its CEO. All resources available in the game would be gathered, traded, processed, and utilized by players with little management from the company. Like their board game Haituspiel, the first line in the design document read, "Death is a serious matter," and, invoking biblical language, this game world was given the name New Eden. When development began in earnest, the company had approximately 20 people, most of them from Oz Virtual, while most others were direct contacts of the initial members from Oz, including some whose relationship had been made by playing Ultima Online with them, another early MMORPG.
I will pause it once in a while just to make comments. I won't try to talk over them, but I played EVE Online to death, man. That was the first MMO I ever played, and I was an addict at that point. We called it Heroin Online, and it's one of the reasons why I'm particularly interested in EVE Online, because it's got the same sort of like, you die, you lose all your loot type of thing. Same sort of thing in Ultima Online, and the rush of playing that style of game is amazing. So I'm not surprised that they got a lot of the ideas. Although, yeah, no, Ultima Online came out in 1997, so it would have been before EVE Online, but it was a fantastic game for its time.
One of the most challenging aspects of creating EVE would be its scaling. Rather than splitting the player base into multiple different instances to reduce the load on
This
servers,
blows me away.
the team decided that they would place everyone in the world onto a single massive instance, or game world, with thousands of stars, using different servers for different in-game regions. In an interview with gaming magazine IGN, the lead designer and art director, Rainier Harderson, said, quote, "I would say the hardest thing to implement must be the server backend. Apart from that, the biggest challenges in doing EVE would be that there are so many things that we are doing in the game that have never been done before. This means that there are a lot of conceptual problems that we have had to solve without having any reference to in previous games. For instance, when we started out, the only third-person space game we had seen was Homeworld, and that was a real-time strategy game. So that meant that we had no reference whatsoever in how to navigate spaceships from a third-person viewpoint. Another example are uncertainties that rise due to the technical limitation of being
No,
a
I just
massively
started
multiplayer
Boo-Rec.
game.
Just started.
How is collision detection handled on the server? How will the physics model run? Will real solar system sizes work in the game? Yes, they do, to an accuracy of 30 centimeters. Million security issues, etc." End quote. During production, the team decided upon an iterative process which, while effective, was arduous.
Early on, we saw immediately that this couldn't be done in one go. So we decided to do 11 games, basically. We would do EVE 11 times over, each version progressively moving forward to the main goal, but not try to do EVE in one step. So the first step was very simple, just get the basic client-server architecture up and running, and then we moved over to having a 3D client, and then we added all the content which had been created, and then we sort of added on and on. Probably did a total rewrite 5 times, and partial rewrites about 6 times. And for each rewrite we did, there were always some components which were good enough to make it across the rewrites. But the first 5 versions were almost rewrites from complete scratch.
Still, the developers determined that they would be able to overcome this and every other challenge in due course and with time to spare. Their confidence, however, would prove misplaced. At first, the team at CCP believed that they could deliver the game in late 2001 or early 2002, but as the date approached, the conclusion quickly became that they would need twice as much time to complete the first iteration of EVE. With no other recourse in mid-2002, CCP called a company-wide meeting and informed their staff that there was no more money remaining and that they were unable to procure any further investors for the moment. Despite this, driven by faith in the project, some of the members of the team stated that they would continue working to finish EVE. According to Hilmar, quote, "There was a turning point, I think, around the time the company was running out of money, which I think gave people this belief. We kind of had this feeling, whoa, we might actually pull this off. Of course, we believed, but there's a difference between believing and hoping, a turn from hope to belief." End quote. This team would continue work while management scrambled to find more investment money. After 3 months without pay, the company was able to reach a deal with Simon & Schuster, a publishing house primarily known for books, who was attempting to expand into the field of games. This company offered to provide the funding necessary for CCP to finish their game, but the development speed necessary would be extreme. For nearly a year, the employees would all work brutal hours, sometimes 100 hours a week, desperately attempting to finish the game before the money ran out again. It was during this period that a small cadre of players were able to test a limited version of the game for the first time. For many, the concept of EVE and its simulated world of New Eden were a dream made manifest. While EVE promised many possibilities, there was no prescribed definition for success, leaving players to define success and failure for themselves. Eager to explore this sandbox, space game enthusiasts congregated online to have a chance at testing the game early. Game development is often divided into 3 phases: an alpha stage, where the developers are still experimenting with mechanics and features, a beta stage, where the game's core mechanics have been determined and the developers are seeking to refine their game, and a final release to the general public. Some studios allow and encourage prospective players to have access to the game during the alpha and beta stages to test features and search for bugs in order to theoretically, have a more polished release, and this practice is especially common for space games, whose players are particularly enthusiastic, often spending significant amounts of both time and money on their hobby. And here, the space game enthusiasts found a system ripe for exploration and experimentation. The first and most important aspect of each ship was its hull, which conferred different benefits depending on its size and specialization. Among myriad other smaller factors, each hull also had its own capacitor, which, like mana or stamina in other games, would be depleted as the ship performed actions, such as firing weapons, repairing allies, or mining asteroids. But in order to perform these actions, the ships had to be equipped with components, and each hull had a certain number of slots for these components, which were divided into 3 types: high power slots, mid-power slots, and low-power slots. The high-power slots were typically where the most defining parts of a ship were located. Here could be found every kind of physically damaging weaponry, such as lasers and projectile turrets, as well as logistical components which allowed ships to repair one another in the middle of combat. The mid-power slots were where ships received much of their utility. For example, most ships were fitted with propulsion modules, which consumed power in order to drastically increase speed. The tools to ensnare targets were also placed in mid-power slots, including stasis webifiers and warp disruptors, which were necessary for preventing
It starts, hold on. So we're about to we're about to start the point where the game launches.
an opponent from escaping. Low-power slots were usually used to
How's it
help
going,
support
Klepto?
a ship in its given role. For example, a cargo ship might have fitted inertial stabilizers in order to travel more quickly and evade targets, while a tougher combat ship would fit components to further strengthen its
I'm actually trying to figure out how to get a bot, my bot to do a raffle. What I'm trying to do on the side while you guys are watching this.
armor, or actively repair itself. Many mid and low power slots simply offered passive benefits to the ship, such as reducing incoming damage with no capacitor cost. However, each ship also had power grid and CPU limitations, meaning that a player could not simply fit the most powerful components. Rather, they had to carefully balance the different components to create the most powerful combinations for the lowest cost possible. Once completed, flying the ship itself was a relatively simple matter. Nearby objects could be selected in a window on the screen, allowing them to approach it, orbit it, keep it at range, or target it. Targeting a ship allowed the player to attack, heal, recharge, or disrupt it with whatever modules it had equipped. In order to use these ships and modules, the player's character would need the requisite skill points, which could only be gained passively over time, even when the player was logged out of the game, ensuring a more even distribution of progression for players. Numerous space game enthusiasts petitioned CCP for access, and those who were granted their request began probing EVE and making plans for when their friends, clanmates, and companions
Yeah, I'm gonna test a command. This is not an official raffle, so I just want to see if it works, okay?
could join them and multiply their strength upon the launch of the game world. EVE had not yet been released, but already the struggle for dominion and survival in New Eden had begun. Despite EVE's unwelcoming nature, the promise of such a cinematic multiplayer experience was enticing to a wide breadth of players and drew a significant audience long before it had been released. Starting on October 24, 2002, a blurb appended to news releases would proclaim that the game would, quote, allow up to 100,000 gamers to compete simultaneously across a full 3D galaxy of 5,000 solar systems. Currently, EVE Online is in Phase 3 of beta testing, with thousands of gamers playtesting the game daily, trading in more than 300 fan and player corporation sites. To date, there are more than 80,000 gamers signed up for the beta test, and at least 50,000 are estimated to participate before the game is launched. Just like in the real world, money will be the commodity of choice. Players can earn cash by accepting work from non-player characters who will reward gamers with cash which can be traded for goods or other items. Also, gamers can earn money by working for a corporation. These corporations are comprised of gamers who have pooled their resources and are working together to dominate the universe. To date, there are more than 200 corporations already established, even though EVE Online has not yet been published. These corporations have elaborate web pages detailing infrastructure, location, business models, and mission statements." End quote. While this blurb emphasized competition in EVE Online, many were more excited about the concept of participating in a perpetually running economy, where the goods that they harvested or created would be actively used by other players.
It is really free form. You can choose from a lot of possibilities. You can be a market operator, you can be a transporter, miner, you can operate a factory, you can research, you can operate a big corporation. Can have careers within a corporation about being by being the military arm or being the accountant of a corporation. And the current games sort of more focus on having people going up against monsters, maybe in small groups, whereas EVE sort of focuses on building a society and supplying the tools and the rules to operate it.
At first, these news releases announced that the game would be launched in March of 2003, but again, the studio needed a delay. In a press release, the art director Rainier Harderson stated that, quote, "We have always stood firm on the commitment to release EVE only when we felt it was time. Although the game is nearly finished, we felt it would be best to hold off an additional 6 weeks. This will allow us to fully optimize the performance of our new server cluster, implement features we have promised, and continue testing to assure the elimination of bugs that would interfere with the player's ability to enjoy the EVE experience to its fullest potential." End
I'll
quote.
have it figured out for
These
next stream.
delays likely made prospective players nervous. Space games at the time had a notorious history of ever-extending delays and under-delivering on promised features. However, the iterative nature of MMOs such as EVE meant that any missing features could be added later, and because many players were able to test the game early, they could see how many features were being tested and what would likely be available. As promised, the team at CCP were able to meet their release goal and had sent the client to be printed by their partners for physical release in late April. And finally, on May 6th, 2003, players were able to play the final release of the game, which featured a total of 5,201 star systems. But those who had participated in the alpha and beta were not novices. Their months spent testing the game had given them significantly more knowledge and experience than those entering New Eden for the first time, and they had spent months strategizing with one another to decide how their first hours, days, and
Just a quick example of this. When I was playing Ultima Online, the guild that I was a guild leader of, we were notorious for like just brutal PvP. Like we just annihilated everyone in Ultima Online. And when we decided to go to Shadowbane, our goal was basically to do the same thing. But we got into beta, and because we were such a large PvP guild, the developers of Shadowbane, they used to, that was back in the day when they used to hand out keys, right? So they handed our guild something to the along the lines of like 30 beta keys that I handed out to all of our, all of our main players. And so we were playing Shadowbane beta for like quite some time before it opened up to everyone. And we just like the servers were packed. There was lots of bugs in the game. That's another story. But we absolutely annihilated like the entire server. Like we destroyed the server. because of how badly we kicked the crap out of these people. So I can completely relate to what these players probably did.
And weeks would be utilized in order to make the most money and establish their presence most solidly. As a cheeky nod to their home country, the abbreviation for Icelandic kroner and the game's currency, interstellar credits, was the same: ISK. Many of the most organized groups scattered away from one another and prepared to lay claim to their own territory. However, they could not simply do so anywhere. EVE's star systems are connected in a web-like pattern with stargates, which may be used to traverse from one star to the next. In the center of this vast web is Empire Space, an area controlled by the non-player empires where people may fly their ships in relative safety. The safety afforded to players is determined by the star's security level, given a rating anywhere between 0 and 1, divided into 3 basic categories: high security, low security, and null security, or as they are typically called, high sec, low sec, and null sec. In high security space, the Empire police forces, named Concord, would intervene in any aggression between players, affording some level of safety in these areas. In contrast, aggression would not summon protection in low security space, but the offending players would be granted a suspect status that would make them a target both for players and Empire forces. However, for the groups looking to establish their own presence in space, the most tantalizing area was nullsec, surrounding Empire space in a large ring. Here, there were no laws, no rules, and no protections, other than whatever the players could enforce, and many were eager to establish themselves in this new and vast frontier, rich in the most valuable resources. But holding on to these regions would require work and coordination, and so, the corporations that had organized before the release of the game began to establish themselves in particular regions of space that they found enticing. The factors involved in these choices varied from proximity to Empire space to what resources were available. First, though, the corporations would require ships, and to buy and equip these ships, they would need resources and money. While the EVE developers wanted to provide a world where the trade of goods was managed almost entirely by players, they realized that in the early stages of the game, no player economy would be established yet, and so they allowed non-player characters to buy and sell some of these commodities in order to stimulate the player economy. This provided an early revenue stream to players, who quickly devised a plan to make significant amounts of capital during this crucial early stage. This plan was based around the daily server downtime, which occurred at 11 a.m. UTC. Andrew Groen detailed what he called the merchant races in his seminal work on the history of New Eden named Empires of Eve. Quote, "Back in the earliest days of EVE, one of the best ways to make money was by buying and selling commodities in different markets across the game. Later, EVE would place all of its emphasis on a player-controlled market, but in the early days, players could buy items and wares from characters in stations all over the game and then sell them elsewhere. What
That's such a neat
resulted was
feature
a
of this
daily
game.
series of early morning races along the most profitable trade routes. Merchants would log in as
Again, I will pause it from time to time just to give my thoughts. That's one thing that I do love about Eve is that the economy is so player driven. And you can actually, like, different hubs will offer different prices, whereas in a game like World of Warcraft, it's the same price no matter where you go. So you can buy something in Stormwind or buy something in Undercity or well, not on the other faction, but on the same faction. The auction house is the same across the server. What there's the neutral auction house as well, but I love the fact that so many of the items are actually player made, and the economy is player driven. And you've got for those of you that don't play Eve, I know there's some of you in chat. You have players that's basically what they do in the game. They try and make money by playing the market. You get the same thing in World of Warcraft as well, where people play the auction house, but this, you're actually shipping the items around in order to make money.
quickly as possible after the server came back online from the daily maintenance shutdown and fly down the trade routes to the most profitable destinations." End quote. Trading was far from the only profession that players were looking to exploit. The factories required to build ships in EVE were a limited resource, and so, upon the release of the game, players scrambled to buy these factories as quickly as possible. However, there was an issue. Due to its worldwide release, players in the UK were able to purchase the physical copies of the game before anyone else, and therefore they could buy the factories much earlier than anywhere in the world. These buyers were more than just hopeful industrialists. Many of the factories had been purchased by real estate speculators, hoping to sell these factories for a higher price with no intention of constructing ships. According to early player Ramin Shahrazad, quote, "Within days of the retail launch, all factories had been bought up and idled by speculators, who were charging $300 to $400 per factory, without any way of knowing if they really owned the factory or not." End quote. If speculators were idling the factories, then that meant fewer ships, restricting players from accessing the core mechanics of the game. This illustrated two challenges that the developers of EVE now faced: managing a complicated economy to keep the game fun and interesting, and struggling against the black market. Black market economies for MMOs like EVE are not only common, but inevitable. While developers typically will include clauses in their terms of service that stipulate against it, players are usually undeterred from trading in-game assets for real-world currency, and the consequences for doing so only tend to involve an easily circumvented ban, which is only implemented if they're caught. And so, many of the factories intended to fabricate ships for players remained dormant upon the release of the game. But this was far from the only problem that new players faced. Those who purchased EVE Online with little foreknowledge were met with a game full of promise, yet strangely empty. Played primarily through various menus, it was difficult for new players to decipher what their next steps would be. What's more, the game world was almost preposterously massive, especially for the time, and players were spread thinly across New Eden. But according to Hilmar Pettersson in an interview for Down the Rabbit Hole, this was in part by design. Quote, "EVE is about people sailing into the starry night in ships. That's sort of the inception story of Iceland, Vikings escaping taxation from Norway and hoping that there's a new land somewhere. You can just imagine being on a quiet ocean in the night, looking at the night sky, sailing on a Viking ship. EVE definitely has those kinds of feelings. You can look up and see the Milky Way, and so the inception of the game and the country are not far apart. Iceland is this place that really wants to kill you. You get the very distinct feeling of that when you're a child growing up there. There's volcanoes, there's lava, there are earthquakes, there are freezing gale winds unpredictably any month of the year. It's a very hostile environment. EVE is like that. It has the toughest environment, but to some extent, the nicest people. People in Iceland are nice because we've been forced to learn how to cooperate, because the people who didn't cooperate are already frozen to the ground. EVE is kind of like that. It forces you to cooperate with others because alone you can't really achieve your full potential in EVE. It pushes you to connect with others. There are aspects of the game that almost intentionally make you feel lonely when you're alone. And that creates the foundation of the friendship machine, as we call it, this forced cooperation due to the hostileness of the environment and, later on, other players. That has created a very strong bond between people that play together in the game." End quote. This forced cooperation manifested as new players quickly gathering together for safety in this alien game world. While numerous small corporations endeavored to eventually take and hold nullsec territory, it was much easier in this early
Trust
stage
no one.
for
Yeah,
players
except
to base
Jim.
their operations in Empire space and venture out into nullsec to gather valuable resources from these unprotected systems, then return with a haul and sell or utilize what they gathered. But with so many players traveling through Nullsec, a clear method of generating profit emerged, one that played into the fantasies of many science fiction enthusiasts. Piracy. Traveling together in small bands, pirates began roving the common lanes that miners and traders would take from Empire space through Nullsec, seeking quarries. To do so, pirates would designate one or more of their group members to act as a tackler, tasked with ensnaring their target, and to do so, they would outfit their ship with specific modules. First was the stasis webifier, which, when applied to a target, would reduce their speed, making it nearly impossible to evade weapons fire. Second, and most important in a pirate's arsenal, was the warp disruptor, which, true to its name, would prevent a ship from entering faster than light travel and escaping. Both of these components would be placed in the mid-power slots, making the tackler more vulnerable than its compatriots, and so it would rely upon its allies while engaging a target. This, however, would often be unnecessary, as traders and miners were frequently unfamiliar with combat, making them easy prey. To counteract this, these more peaceful players would chart new routes and learn tricks to evade pirates, initiating an ever-evolving game of cat and mouse. An early player named Nightfreeze recounted their experience on their first trading run, shipping goods that they had bought with weeks' worth of ISK. Quote, "At the time, I naively believed that any security rating above 0.0 would be safe because nobody would be ballsy enough to dare provoke the wrath of the 5-0 in space. I turned out to be wrong. I knew that something was wrong when my ship started to beep and a red target lock cursor appeared in the horizon with the name Deathbringer. The beeping accelerated and a red square appeared around my ship. Since I hadn't even bothered trying to fight a training pirate yet, I had no idea what the hell was going on. He sent a message to me, 250k or die. I responded to him, okay, the sweat dripping down my armpits past my side and accumulating in a little puddle at the edge of my shirt. 5 or more seconds must have passed as I fumbled for the micro warp drive hotkey, and just as they started to warm up, the first missile slammed into my ship. The warp gate was 15,000 meters away. I had to be within 800 meters to pass through it, and I was currently flying at about 300 meters per second. A second missile exploded against the hull, bringing down my shields and tearing apart my hull. I knew that if one more missile hit me, my ship would be nothing more than space debris, and this who couldn't even spell death correctly would have access to all I had worked for. "Come on, you fucking pieces of shit," I shouted at the monitor. My dog started to bark in the background, but I could barely hear it. The only thing that mattered was the gate, because I knew that if I had lost that cargo, all my week's worth of hard work and all my finely tuned bullshit would be down the drain. Whoosh! I hadn't used the micro warp drives since the night before and forgot about just how powerful they were. I was now shooting toward the warp gate at 3.5 kilometers per second, and all Deathbringer had to account for his 2 expensive missiles was a trail of dust. If you're reading this right now, Death, I'd like to give you a hearty f*** you. I arrived at the specified starbase in the Galente region, my ship battered and bruised, and my ego several sizes smaller. I sold the computer hardware for a total of 3.7 million credits. The hull repairs amounted to 100k. I felt my heart with my left hand. It was still pulsing rapidly, and the realization that I had netted 600,000 credits in 25 minutes, along with a healthy dose of action, sent it shooting up even further. I did several more trade routes that morning, and by 9 a.m., my credit count read 5,780,000 credits. End quote. No matter what tricks were discovered, however, piracy remained a lucrative trade due to the heavy traffic in the lanes used to haul ore. Because of the distances involved in transporting ore from nullsec to Empire space and little safe way to store it during the process, a mining operation would often consist of one mining ship to pull the ore from the asteroids and 5 or more transport ships to haul it back to Empire space, all of which were easy targets. Soon, piracy was lucrative enough for the first pirate gangs to lay claim to territory in nullsec. Outfitted with various combat ships, they moved into the most valuable star systems, seeking flighty mining and transport ships. On occasion, groups of pirates would find trade routes frequented by the more economy-minded players and perform one of the most feared and most obnoxious practices to those in Empire space: a gate camp. Essential for transit between systems, stargates
Still goes on
also
today.
acted as choke points for players to exploit, as there only ever is one linking 2 systems together, and so, pirates would often wait at these combined ingress and egress points in low security space, waiting for unsuspecting players to appear and destroying their ship, sometimes before they could even load the new system. Eventually, CCP were forced to add auto turrets onto stargates to prevent routes from being blockaded for long stretches of time. In the months following the release of the game, CCP was also able to address the issue of those who had bought factories for resale by a relatively simple method. In order to keep a factory, the player holding it would be forced to pay a regular maintenance fee for it, relative to the amount of money that could potentially be made from its output. In essence, a land value tax. Just as in the real world, this made the factories a significant financial burden to speculators who weren't using them, leveraging the speculators to either begin producing ships or sell the factories to someone who would. In short order, the factories were serving their intended purpose. The game hadn't even been live for 3 months, and already CCP was being forced to adjust their game to contend with the space game enthusiasts, notorious for exploiting any system that they could as a part of their fun, while simultaneously attempting to complete the systems that they had intended for the game, and these new systems promised to create even more unforeseen and perhaps unmanageable problems.
So I think the drama starts
Over the
now.
following months, the more adventurous corporations began to establish themselves in nullsec, and already the diplomatic situations in different regions were developing in distinct ways. These early groups of players, typically no more than a few dozen people, would form the first alliances with one another to stave off competition, typically naming themselves after the region of space that they inhabited. In this early stage of the game, there was no way for players to officially lay claim to territory, but over a decade later, Andrew Groen would resurrect information that had largely been lost by trawling through long-abandoned forum threads and speaking with numerous leaders from the time, and by doing so, he managed to chart early nullsec. To the southeast was the pirate nation of the Curse Alliance, who frequently warred with the rigid and authoritarian Stain Alliance. To the west and the north were the Fountain Alliance, the Coalition of Free Stars, and Venal Alliance, which boasted more democratic systems of governance between their constituent corporations. While a significant contingent of players sought to take and hold territory in nullsec, most made their home in Empire space. Though maintaining a nullsec presence was lucrative, it was also difficult and time-consuming, and for most, this was a distraction from the more specific activities which drew them to EVE. This also meant that much of the money within the player economy was held in Empire space, and so, even nullsec powers would have to enter this safer territory and trade with the players there, though many nullsec dwellers found them tepid. For the industrialists, trading with Empire space was not only efficient, but necessary. While the most valuable materials were in nullsec, the basic materials required for all ships could only be found in Empire space, and so it was impossible to maintain a nullsec presence without some sort of supply line to highsec and lowsec. This meant that these two worlds of Eve, while in most ways separate, were fundamentally tied to one another. And while the flow of resources between the two was imperative, the most stark example of this interplay was illustrated in the mercenary corporations. Varying widely in terms of background, these mercenaries would take contracts to harangue whatever target was desired, and during this early stage, their prices were often cheap, with the thrill of the fight being a part of the reward. The people or corporation issuing the contracts could also be kept secret at their behest, and in this way, competitors could be weakened or eliminated without any fighting on the part of the...
I'm going to say this, even in 2003, those graphics were really good. If you played any games in 2003, even back then, these graphics, like, obviously they've been completely upgraded since then, but that's pretty good for 2003. Keep in mind, you know, like, the main competitors, I guess, around the time was EverQuest. I think Dark Ages of Camelot was just about to come out in 2003. I think EverQuest. No, Dark Ages of Camelot didn't come out till like 2006 or something. EverQuest, I think, came out in like late or early 2004.
The buyer. Pirate gangs were eager to loan out their services for interstellar credits, but many of them were unaccustomed to attacking targets that fought back, and so a niche began to develop for players who had experience not only trapping vulnerable targets, but engaging in proper fleet-based combat. As the demand increased, various new mercenary groups were beginning to form, often out of ragtag clusters of players who were more familiar with the praxis of combat than theory. But sometimes it was simply enough for a player to be familiar with combat to disrupt the supply lines of more economy-oriented corporations and allow their competitors to surpass them. Such aggression meant that most every corporation needed to be prepared for a fight, and so they began to learn the methods by which to defend themselves, along with hiring their own mercenaries to protect their ships, meaning that anyone paid to disrupt another corporation had to expect pushback. While miners often weren't familiar with the finer points of combat, many already had the most important equipment necessary to participate: a battleship. During this time, there were no ships dedicated to mining, and so miners chose the ships with the most available high slots for mining lasers. A particular favorite was the Apocalypse, which boasted 8 high slots and a large capacitor. All the miners had to do was trade their mining equipment for weapons, and they were ready to defend themselves in a minimal fashion. What had once effectively been paid piracy was more and more becoming obsolete, and in its place was mercenary work. Among these early mercenaries were a few corporations that attracted attention. Unparalleled were the Masters of Ownage, or Mu, who had become infamous after their gate camp in Mara and Pasari that shut down trade in the north for weeks. But there were a few smaller corporations that were beginning to gain a reputation, namely Body Count Inc. This group, led by the charismatic Celine, was one of the first to dedicate all of their corporation's time to handling mercenary contracts, and while they accepted paltry sums to begin, their fees grew as both the demand for mercenaries and the demand for Body Count Inc. increased. But as mercenary corporations fought, the history of the great empire of player, but as soon as they did, the logistics ships began repairing it from just outside.
Hold on, I gotta find that spot again.
And while they accepted paltry sums to begin, their fees grew as both the demand for mercenaries and the demand for Body Count Inc. increased. But as mercenary corporations fought one another, there was a surprising effect. Since warfare never resulted in the permanent deaths of any of the players, it was possible to fight against particular enemies repeatedly, and as they did, they grew familiar with one another, especially those who could fight exceptionally well. Such exemplary pilots would sometimes impress their enemies so much that they would be invited to join those they had fought, And so, a core tenet of EVE Online was discovered. In the words of Celine, quote, "The best way to recruit people is by shooting them." And so, the best pilots in the game began to conglomerate into groups and charge hefty prices for their services, prices that corporations were more than willing to pay in this key moment in the history of the economy of EVE. During the production of the game, one of the envisioned roles in EVE Online was that of a trader, traveling from location to location in order to find places to buy goods low and sell high based on an asymmetry of information. Players would only be able to see the goods on offer in their current region, and then they would have to travel to the station where the good was being sold. But as players traded with one another and the player economy began to establish itself, the need for a centralized hub of commerce grew. In order to maximize visibility and convenience, many chose one particular system from which to base their trade: Uli. Uli was a natural choice, given that it was a high-security system with the maximum value of 1, meaning that trading there was remarkably safe, but more importantly, it resided at the precise center of Empire space, making a trip to Uli a reasonable distance no matter where a player was. Soon, all manner of players were traveling to Uli in order to buy and sell goods, and almost anything could be purchased there. This posed a problem. So many players in a system taxed the game servers heavily, and if too many people began to use Uli as a trade hub, then the servers would be unable to accommodate them. But soon, an
Things
even
developers
greater
don't think about.
existential threat to the game would appear. Toward the end of 2003, the deal that CCP had made with its publishing companies was concluding, but Simon & Schuster had no intention of renewing the deal, and so they reached an agreement that would return the publishing rights to the game developer. And while they had no infrastructure or connections to print physical copies of the game, CCP had another plan. On December 3rd, 2003, CCP made an announcement on their website. Quote, "CCP, the developer of the highly acclaimed MMORPG title EVE Online, announced today that it has regained the publishing rights for the title worldwide and will start distributing it as a direct download from the internet. We are very pleased to be in a position where we can contribute equally to both development and publishing," says Ivar Christiansen, CEO of CCP. "We have reached an agreement with Simon & Schuster Incorporated and Vivendi International regarding Canada and North America, as well as with Crucial Limited for Europe. We expect the downloadable version to increase global sales sharply. Our player base has been growing steadily since the launch of EVE Online in May. Our game servers are in good shape, and we are technically ready for much faster growth now," says Hilmar V. Pedersen, CCP's chief technical officer. "The player community is a great source of new ideas for the future development of the game. EVE Online is an evolving, living game, and we can't wait to see how the players will react to some of the new stuff we will be adding in the future." End quote. But this optimism was undermined by the problems that Uli now presented. As mentioned previously, the game's server architecture was designed so that each region in the game world was managed by a different server. However, the newest processors at the time proved to be suboptimal for CCP's purposes, and so even the latest CPU technologies wouldn't help to bolster their servers for the influx of players, specifically the growing population in Uli. Theoretically, this could have been solved by changing the regions that each server managed and perhaps utilizing a specific server for Uli, but with the volume of players that Uli threatened to host, not even a dedicated server for that star system would be enough. What's more, players were beginning to discover exploits that threatened their faith in the game to function as it was intended. On March 3, 2004, a corporation named Zombies Inc. descended upon Uli with a single Apocalypse battleship and a bevy of dedicated logistics ships, parking themselves near a Stargate, approximately where players would arrive when entering the system or approaching the gate to leave. The Apocalypse was equipped with a special kind of weapon, a smart bomb. When activated, this niche weapon would deal massive damage to everything within a certain distance of the user, whether ally or enemy. As soon as ships appeared, the pilot of the Apocalypse activated his smart bombs, and his targets were instantly destroyed. As Uli was a system with a 1.0 security rating, Concord appeared almost instantly in order to destroy the offending player, but as soon as they did, the logistics ships began repairing it from just outside of the radius of the smart bombs as Concord ships approached and were destroyed in the successive blasts. Now, not only were hapless players being destroyed in Uli, but so were the game's NPC police. While Concord attacked the Apocalypse battleship, the logistics ships were entirely ignored. This was due to an oversight that Zombies Inc. had discovered. While attacking another ship in Empire space would grant the player a wanted status and summon the police, repairing another ship would not, even if the player receiving the repairs was wanted. Having estimated the damage output of Concord's ships, Zombies Inc. had brought just enough logistics capability to outpace the damage that Concord could deal, making the Apocalypse practically invulnerable. Any players attempting to intervene by attacking the logistics ships would, in turn, be destroyed by Concord, since, by the game's definition, they were innocent. And so, they were able to continue their slaughter in Uli for an unrecorded period of time. Victims of Zombies Inc. went to the forums to complain, and soon, even those who hadn't encountered the small fleet were complaining to the developers that trade through Uli, and therefore in much of the game, had been brought to a halt due to an exploit. CCP's game masters contacted the perpetrators and instructed them to cease. Zombies Inc. declined. A post made to the forum by the game masters describes the incident in full. Quote, "As a lot of you are aware, a certain corp willingly exploited a fault in the game mechanics and managed to kill over 100 people in the supposedly secure Uli system last night. We have decreed that those who were the recipients of this heinous crime will be fully reimbursed for their loss. If you are one of those who lost your belongings and still haven't petitioned us, please do so and we will see to it that your possessions are returned to you. The exploiters have received a ban for their efforts, and anyone thinking of following their example should be aware that the same fate awaits them. The GM team." End quote. While players were in general glad to have the Uli system cleared, this set a new precedent. With pompous rhetoric, the game masters declared that they would not allow players to bend the rules farther than CCP dictated, but how much was too much was left unspecified. In this case, a rule was codified and enforced as an event was taking place, namely that players were not allowed to survive indefinitely against Concord in high security space. Anything that allowed them to do so would be considered an exploit, and therefore a bannable offense. However necessary it may have been, and however popular the decision may have been with players, it established the company in an adversarial role to many of its players, especially the ones most interested in experimentation. Though trade could once again travel through Uli, this did not lead to the rise of any powerful high-sec corporations due to a particular mechanic. While players were safe from wanton attacks from other players in high-sec space, and players in low-sec space were risking their lives by attacking other players, there was a way for players to attack one another safely, even while Concord was present: a war declaration. By paying a fee every week, a corporation could declare war against another and be granted the right to attack any of their ships on site, often referred to as bribing the police. This meant that, whenever a high-sec corporation became powerful enough, other corporations would band together to check it and prevent it from becoming too powerful and affecting a monopoly. Even so, there were enough individuals and small corporations trading out of Uli that the servers began to lag.
You can't do this now, can you? Like bribe the police? Not still in the game, is it?
This was not a difficult threshold to reach. Despite boasting about high potential player counts, EVE Online required less than 100 players to be present in the system before problems began to manifest. But as Crowd Control Productions was contending with Uli, the initial powers of nullsec were beginning to fracture, and soon divisions would spark conflict that would push their server infrastructure to its limits.
So here comes the big battles. Okay, that's 55 minutes there, so we're gonna pause it there. This is where the drama starts, though, I believe. So this is where the big nullsec corporations start to band together and hunt each other down. So rather than, and that's basically like the rest of the video, all the backstabbing and stuff like that. So we finished almost an hour. So rather than continue on at this part here, just to stop it in like 5 minutes, we'll continue on with that. We'll do 1 hour every stream, I think. I think that's probably the best way to do it. I'm going to log back into EVE, though. I'm going to log back into EVE. You can buy tags and sell them to Concord, really. There is an ad that is starting. I've had to snooze the last few so that we could finish watching that video, or that part of the video. So I'm going to allow this ad to actually run. I can't stop them anymore. If you guys want to go grab a drink or something like that, please by all means do that. And we'll you on here. I want to check my anyone here a PI specialist that can help me out with a couple of small things? I've got my PI running, but I just want to know if I've set it up to run at maximum efficiency, basically. If you can give me ideas of whether it's running as well as I should expect. When do you come into play? Whenever you want. Actually, do I have to leave the station in order to do this? What? So it has started making coolant. So it is, if I'm reading this correctly, there's 60 coolant that's already in there. And is that 700,000 ISK? That's, I guess, what its total worth is? Does that sound right? Let's maybe find out. No, it's not even. Oh, it must be total. So it's about 10,000 per. 10,000. Yeah, okay, so 10,000 times 60, so 600,000. I set it up yesterday, but I couldn't it wasn't routing properly, so I had to get someone earlier. But I can't tell if this is the most efficient setup, if it's running as I've got them in the right places, I think. Gas now. Oh no, it's aqueous solutions. Ionic gas. Um, yeah, for some reason, like I'm only able to put out like 9 of these healers, or sorry, 7 on this planet. I don't know why I can only get 7 down when I thought I had all the skills maxed. Is there any other skills that I should know in order to get more of these extractors? I guess I can Google it. Oh, are these called extractors? Is my limiting, like, here, I'll show you this planet here. This one here, I'm able to set up 9, but I've seen videos where people are setting up 10, and I can't figure out why I can't, like, it won't allow me to actually put down the 10th one. And I actually only put down 8 because I was trying to even out how much resources of each were being made. That's oh, I can move this now. How to do this? There. Made 50 biocells. Yeah, I set these up yesterday and then realized they weren't. I almost feel like emptying these and then finding out how much, like testing it again. If there's an easier way to calculate this, I don't know. How much ISK per week I should make. I've got it on a 2-day cycle. That means I've got to come and restart it every 2 days, right? Is that how this works? I don't know. I guess I'll just check it tomorrow and see where we're at. I don't think this thing. I'm not in any worry of this thing filling up. I just gotta do these a few times to get used to it, but I want to know if I've got them set up for like the most efficient way to do it, and then I'll know when I want to know that before I go and start putting them all down for all my other characters as well. Just so I can start pumping out the ESC. But I've seen different figures as far as how much you can make per character in a week. I'm kind of, you know, I think somebody had mentioned earlier that he makes like 300 million ESC per week per character. Does that sound reasonable? I'm actually not sure. Hey guys, I'm gonna go to the washroom real quick. I'll be right back. Are any of you guys still there? Okay. Yeah, here. Over 1 billion ISK worth of stuff. This is all stuff that I've looted from doing relic sites and stuff like that recently, so what was that one really expensive item? I had one that was worth like 43 million or something like that. I see that. Sell this? No. Can't remember what it was called, but it was very. Can you arrange by price? Yeah, estimated price. The way. Holy sh! Oh, that's that's not per. Oh, oh, it's these things here. The Sleeper Profound. That's about what they're. Oh, but some guy's lowballing. Someone's lowballing. All right, guys, we're gonna call it a night. Yeah, if I leave now, I'm gonna want to go out and do exploration for another couple of hours, and I don't know if I can stay awake for that long. So yeah, I really want to thank all of you guys that were here. Thank you very much. You gotta, continue on with EVE Online for the foreseeable future. I've like completely fallen in love with this game. So if you haven't already followed the stream, please follow. My links are down below. You can follow me on Twitter and YouTube and all that sort of stuff as well. Or my Discord. I am fairly active in my Discord, so feel free to join that as well. We're going to raid. Going to raid Mr. Joe Lost. But anyways, have a fantastic night, guys, or night, day, whatever. I will see you guys again in like 12 hours or something like that. I'm gonna get up and go to the gym and then come back and immediately start streaming. So have a good night, guys. Really appreciate the fact that you guys are here. Had a lot of fun and learned a tremendous amount from you guys. So thanks a lot. Take care and good night.